Hello everyone, I'm Roma Monkey. In this video, we'll be playing Dark Parable's Portrait of the Stained Princess. It is the 16th Dark Parables game, the last Dark Parables game, the last game in this Blue Tick Game / Dark Parables marathon. And this is like the 4th to last hidden object game ever developed by Eipix. They made 3 more hidden object games after this. Well, actually, they released 3 more hidden object games after this. And then Eipix got acquired by Playrix, so this is it. This is the end game right here. This is also technically a collab between Blue Tick Games and Eipix Entertainment, but going to be honest, I think this is mostly Eipix. I don't know how much involvement Blue Tick Games. I need to do more research in how involved Blue Tick Games was in this game's story. I know they chose the ugly Duckling fairy tale as this game's basis. Besides that, I haven't seen like character concept art drawn by them. I did see Blue Tick Games did some of the locations concept art on their blog posts and newsletters, but I don't think they did the characters as far as I could see. This is actually my 3rd time playing this game. I played this is a weird game to out of all the Eipix games, you would have thought I would have replayed the one I actually like more, Return of the Soul Princess, but the only reason I replayed this game already is because I needed to get a specific track that only played in a specific moment that wasn't in the downloadable soundtrack, and that was before I found out I could just look into the game files. I'll point that out when we get there. Yeah, just show up some stuff. Only took 16 games, but we finally have an option to go back to the original default settings. And also, this is like their 9th-ish game or something, but they got rid of the notice that the game is automatically supported on widescreen because players already know that. The more Blue Tick Games' logo doesn't go anywhere. Here's that. The other profiles on me, other times I played this game. Yeah. I think this gameplay wise, this game is fine, but story wise, I have a bunch of issues with it. I also, as a FYI, this is probably the most standalone Dark Parables game like ever. There's pretty much no narrative connection to any of the previous Dark Parables game. Like, this is pretty much its own thing. Like, there's some like very small references, like for example the dragonfly logo or like the golden apple or something, but like the story itself is like pretty much completely disconnected from the rest of the Dark Parables games, which is on the one hand interesting and on the other hand weird, because this game has a swan theme and for some reason it doesn't connect back to the Swan Princess game, even though there was a chance to and they just didn't. Again, I'll point that out as we go on. I like this game's soundtrack. It's mostly nice. Like the main track playing right now, it's like this game takes place in Spain, so it's like a bit of a Spanish tones in the soundtrack, like the one what you hear right now. OBS is still going, right? Cool. Without further ado, let's play the game. Okay, here's these characters. I'm not too sure who that's supposed to be. Let's do this. I like how the duck gradually becomes more visible with the loading screen. That's cute. Raven. Dark Parable's Portrait of the Stained Princess. It's alive. Nice transition. The painting. Okay, Jesus. It's not that scary. Okay, maybe it is scary. It's oddly dramatic cutscene music. It reminds me of the Ring movie.
Welcome to Spain, Detective. Your task is to locate a missing man. About a month ago, 2 art apprentices snuck into some old castle ruins. Only one of them has returned, and he's still shaken up from it. They discovered the legendary painting, Princess with a Duckling, hidden in the castle ruins. Suddenly, the princess stepped out from the portrait, capturing the missing apprentice. Since then, strange things have been reported around the castle. Specifically, traces of spilled paint were found to have been spreading from the ruins to the surrounding area. Other people, and even animals, have gone missing as well. One witness even saw a lady wandering around with a duckling in her arms. He described her as a phantom made of paint. According to our resources, the painting Princess with a Duckling is cursed. It was modeled after the princess of a lost kingdom, Cisneros, who went missing 300 years ago. This wandering lady may be the missing princess. Either way, she is a key suspect in this mysterious case. Good luck, detective.
Oh my. Okay, thankfully our horse is safe. Our horse survives this time. No need to make such an unholy scream, Jesus.
Are you hurt? I didn't mean to frighten your horse, but I'm afraid I'm at the end of my wits here. I'm Benno, the one who called you. A couple of weeks ago, I snuck into this castle with my friend Siegfried, but I'm the only one that returned. I still get the chills when I recall that day. The princess in that cursed portrait simply stepped out of the painting and took my friend.
Into the portrait or...
She looked quite horrible, and shortly after that, the blood moon appeared. Everyone knows what a bad omen that is. Please, you must help me find him. Siegfried found a secret entrance hidden beneath an old tree, but now it's covered in roots. I hope you can figure it out. Wait, here, you dropped your bag when I frightened your horse.
Thank you. Find a way to get inside the castle. Examine stuff.
Siegfried was certain her cursed portrait was hidden in the ruins. We're both art apprentices, so he asked me to accompany him to find it. Siegfried was certain...
Yeah. This game is also inspired by a couple of multiple fairy tales, like not just the Ugly Duckling, but also like some, like at least fairy tales obscure to like Europe. No, actually, it's based on like Spain, like a fairy tale in Spain, and maybe other stuff. I forget on the top of my head. The Dark Parables wiki listed. This guy Benno and the other guy Siegfried is based on the characters Prince Siegfried and his servant Benno in the Swan Lake Ballad by Tchaikovsky, which was also what the Swan Princess was based on. So, the Swan Princess game was missing the characters Siegfried and Benno, even though they were very important characters in the original Swan Lake tale, and now they show up in this game. It's the crest of Cisneros, once a plentiful light of kingdom. Like, kingdom of light. There are many folk tales about the blood moon. It might just be an atmospheric anomaly though. It may also not be, detective. There's something blocking the gate. Can't see it from this angle. Maybe poke your head in, detective. You're doing a good job, Benno. So we are still going, right? Cool. Oh, wait. That's what the pause menu looks like. Joy Lauas. Something over there. Trapped in the vines. To pick some ancient symbols. I like the hint button, like the swan, and it's like a combination of the swan and the pain theme of this game. The bag. Yes, Red Riding Hood sisters, the dragonfly, and Jack's Merryman logo. I like the touch of the tape recorder being in the bag. Let's cut this. We have parables. Yeah, the ugly duckling. Swan. Have the ugly duckling and these parables. Grab a mirror. Can see the lock now. Can reach it with probably your hand, but okay. Open sesame, I guess. There was a silhouette in the window. Could have been Siegfried. Raven. The birds don't seem to mind me as long as I don't bother them too much. Find a way to get inside the castle. It's covered in grime and mold. Castle looks deserted from here. I hear a bit of... Oh wait, that's not rain, that's the fire. Move these aside. Princess of a Duckling. A 300-year-old painting with a dark past. Shadow of the cursed canvas. Missed opportunity to say portrait of the stained princess, but okay. Weeping from the portraits. Sightings of a strange duckling. Cisneros. Mystery that surrounds this castle has spread far and wide. The old chest is locked tight. Stairway ends abruptly. I have to find another way inside. It's too far to jump. I have to find a way across. The spears are shifting precariously. I should tie them together before I meet an early demise. Imagine if this is how the fairy tale detective dies. Like, not in like a heroic sacrifice to save the world, but because she tried to use spears to get across the staircase. The stairs that lead to the second guard tower but are badly damaged. The castle looks deserted from here. It always does. Someone was at the window. Could they have something to do with the missing apprentice? Oh, I have a brush. Okay, activate these. Put this in. The Swan 9 emblem. tower chest key. Go back immediately here. Now a map. Alright. It's a detailed-ish map of the Cisneros Kingdom. What could fit there? I'm surprised that me and the other apprentices are the first people to check out this place. Well, maybe the other people, other visitors didn't survive. Wrap this up. I can reach the second tower now. There did not need to be a zoom up of that. I can see that. Find all the items from the not list below. Okay, the sound effects return to how they were before. There's a painting portrait particles. Out of the way, game. I do appreciate the different atmosphere of this game. Like, it goes with pink lighting instead of other lightings we've already seen in the game before. So that definitely helps makes this game stand out. Put this in. Magic. This track that's playing right now is just a sped up version of a track that played in The Little Mermaid. It's not an error of connection, they just reused that track and literally speed it up. Did not need to negate what I already put down. That was not it. That was not it. Okay, if I put this in, if I do this, okay, it wouldn't work. Okay, it wouldn't work because of this corner. Is that not it? No, not that. I wish it did not reset the tiles. That would be nice. How is that not it? I mean, even like sped up, like even if it's just a reused track that's sped up, it still goes a bit hard. Okay, that's not helpful. I know it goes in this arrangement. Okay, maybe not that way. Okay, it's the matter of like this track. Oh wait, we know it's. Use the stack them so they. Okay, done. This is a riveting content. Is it not already this? I feel like I've already solved the puzzle, it's just not allowing the solution I have. I'm gonna go with this. I feel like I've already reached that solution already. Like 2 times
You
already.
made it! Oh, yes, here. This is something Sig dropped. Perhaps it holds some important clues. If you do find the cursed painting, it should lead you to Siegfried. As for me, I dare not go inside again. Be careful, detective.
Thank you.
If you do find the cursed painting, it should lead you to Siegfried.
Yep. Siegfried's diary. Locked with a family heirloom, perhaps.
If you do find the
Let's head in. OBS is still going, right? Cool. I spent a bit too long on that puzzle, but okay. Duck. That looks just like the white duckling Benno described. Where did it waddle off to? Follow the duckling. I was gonna say. Oh yeah, this game brings back the soundtrack playing in the locations. I'm guessing they realized the ambience was too silent in the previous 2 games, so they brought back the music to play in. In my opinion, they could have just made the ambience louder, but having the soundtrack play is an okay option too. The animals in this painting look incredibly lifelike. Yeah. They sure do. I wonder why. Duck. One of the ceramic ducks is missing a heart. A hidden drawer. Oh, and cursed object. 21 cursed objects. Interesting. I mean, I don't particularly care enough to find the cursed objects, but what if they added the 1 more? I don't want to carry the grapple in my pockets. Okay, detective. A piece of the knight's armor is missing. And a bunch of missing stuff in this guy. Swan is missing in action. Well, no other choice but to go forward. It went right through the stained door. Where are those handprints made out of paint? Looks like someone larger than a duckling left a trail of paint behind. This is missing a couple of stuff. Forgotten promise. Someone is sure holding a grudge. 2 out of 21. That's an awfully big pop-up background for such a small text. Old cotillas of an old windmill. The princess walks out under the moonlight. Her face gleams with anguish and regret. She must find the water of life before the blood moon rises. Looks like a page torn from Siegfried's diary. What could he be talking about? I guess you could tell that's Siegfried's diary based on the emblem at the bottom right. Locked. Needed that. It's a good thing for the duck door. Someone was kind enough to install it. Strange, this painting is hung so that it's facing the wall. I wonder what this painting is. I don't think we find out. It feels like some of these portraits are watching me. Yeah, this is kind of horrifying. They all look terrified as if they're calling for help. Yeah, this is... Jesus, this is... Yeah, these faces are pretty terrifying. I have to remove this paint before I get down to business. What frame missing? Oh, the poor guy is now behind the wall. Sun candle flame up there. Unfold, get that. Anything for this now? Oh wait, I can put in the windmill blades now. Also, open sesame, I guess. The chamber looks completely deserted apart from the mice. Look at all these paintings of everyone here. Someone forgot to repair the ladder before the place was abandoned. Most of these paintings have deteriorated beyond recognition. Could use some adornment. Okay, not that. Open wide. The wings were removed. The young prince seemed fond of his musical skills. Not gonna... The cuckoo bird has something to speak. Give it here. Not gonna comment on the princess. Okay. Missing a couple of parts, none of which I have. The flower that never withers. Gonna make a comment about that, detective? No, okay. The water of life. A legendary elixir that can cure illnesses and curse. I'm surprised the water of life hasn't been mentioned before. If it can cure curses, there's a lot of people in the previous games that want to cure their curses. Prepare the board in order to raise it. Okay. Is there anything else I could... I don't think there's anything else I could do here. Let's fast travel. The heart goes in the heart hole. Okay, more locks. Okay. It looks like this elaborate lock is missing. Yeah, still missing more stuff. We can decorate this. And do this puzzle. A, G, L, C, B, that. Open sesame, I guess. This is quite cluttered. Surprised this piano works with the amount of stuff in it. What's a misclick penalty look like? Okay, same as it was in Return of the Soul Princess. There we go. Perfection. There's no sound effect for finding the item. Still. There's something out here there at night. Drink some water. Okay, open that. Lock centerpiece up here. I'm surprised you can access the hallway through this like secret entrance. Oh, I guess it's meant to be like a password or something. It's that mysterious shadow again. And the paint indicates where to touch. It looks like a painting wrapped in canvas and left to rot. The entire hall was abandoned to the ravens. I have to clear them out before I can explore this room. The first floor lies among brothers and leads to the drawing room. The second opens the atrium. The third grants access to both. Mechanism that opens different hall doors. Okay, chest medallion. To open this. Okay, a 10 card gravel. I could really make some noise from this. I don't know how that animation indicates you can make noise. I know the detective says it, but I would not imagine that looks like it releases like sonar. I mean, sonar energy is the same as sound. Whatever. It did not seem as loud before in the animation. Is my point. With the birds gone, I can explore the rest of the hall. That was not that loud of a noise, but okay. I'll open you later. The blood moon bathes everything in its eerie light. This must be the world's smallest violin fiddle. Can't unlock that. It's blocked by some kind of mechanism. And also blocked. Estadia's sigil. The princess was trapped in the Blurin princess by the dark prince. Pitiful princess. Horrifying princess. Don't lift the curtain. The painting comes alive in the moonlight. The broken window and torn curtain matches Benno's story. Did the princess really come back to life? The duck. Uncover the painting. Looks exactly like the duckling I followed here. The painting is tied up with canvas and rope. I need to view it carefully. Sounds like a good idea. Have a bunch of clock stuff now. Go. And go back outside. Is this something? Yes, this. Okay, scissors to cut this. Someone tried to remove the cover while I was gone. What happened to the duckling? Someone tried to remove the cover while I was away. I guess it was the shadow man. Okay, let's cut this up. You're cutting it in areas that aren't even cuttable. So infinite painting in living color. I'm gonna touch you. Not mine. Oh Jesus. Damn, princess. Now you see her, now you don't. She's truly alive. What a good person. Chapter 2. Find the princess. I guess the princess can turn into pain, and that's how she disappears. I don't think that ability is ever. I don't think the princess ever uses her teleportation ability again. Is this the fate that has befallen everyone else? Yeah. So everyone here are all people and animals. Every missing person, every missing animal are all trapped inside the paintings. Canvas is empty. No trace of the princess or duckling. Oh, we do find out. Okay. And remember that. Yes, I better watch my step. Okay. It's not the best way to plaster those paint hands, but okay. The nobleman's face was scratched off. Someone really didn't like him. Oh yeah, I get. Okay. Yeah, we do find out about this guy. I played this game twice and I forgot about that completely. Okay, you somehow pull on the wall. We have a golden ring. Well, this guy isn't a trapped person, but these guys definitely are. Feels like there were more paintings of mice than there were before. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All trapped in the mice. The princess killed them all. And it knocks this. Somehow this emblem is in the air. Siegfried's pendant. Most of the pages are torn. If I could find them, they might shed some light on all of this. One of the remaining items that belong to might help me in my pursuit one day. Anything else? Nope. Okay. I like that. Like we actually get to see the journal with the ripped pages, and we find the ripped pages throughout. I don't think that's been done before, or like in that way. I do at least like that. Okay, secret passage. You can open this now. Finally, our second puzzle. Okay. Thankfully, I can just rely on color and not pay attention to the actual animals. Ta-da. Okay. We unlocked that location. Okay. I'm gonna take a quickie break. Look at these poor animals trapped in the paintings. And I'll be right back. Okay. I think we are back. Just make sure. Yeah. Looks like we're back. Let's go into the armory. This area. Can't climb up there, but maybe I can knock it down somewhere. Honestly, it looks like you can climb up there with this area and reach it. But okay. OBS is still going, right? Yep. Cool. Grab that. We're gonna do with this. Okay, missing blades. Estadia and Cisneros. The Black Swan and the White Swan. The flags of two neighboring kingdoms, Estadia and Cisneros. The garnets of Estadia and Cisneros knights. I know why both kingdoms... Wait, why are both kingdoms armors in the armory of the Cisneros kingdom? That doesn't seem to make much... Wait, well, that doesn't make much sense because we know Cisneros is very against the kingdom Estadia. So why is there an armory that has the armors of both kingdoms when in specifically Cisneros, when Cisneros is against Estadia, as we will later learn. Armorer and a legendary sword of light that belonged to the most honorable of the King's Guard, the Swan Knight. Blah blah blah. A nobleman must have committed a heinous crime for his house to be expunged from the records like that. A traitor who tried to destroy the princess's portrait. Yeah, and again, even though with the swan theme, like the black and white swan again, and the Swan Knight, it's not related to anything that happens in the Swan Princess game. Like, it's not related to the Swan Guard. There's no connection to the white and black swans in that game, so yeah, it just happens to be an entirely separate Swan Kingdom without any connection, which is a little weird, but it's fine. Not boards. I need to nail them in. Oh wait, no, apparently just putting them in is good enough. No nails necessary. Okay, shoulder ornament back here. Somebody was here. There's yeah, someone came out here. A strange dragon which I have never seen arrive tonight. Could they be ambassadors from another country? But father ignored them. I secretly approached the wagon so I could take a peek inside. I saw many beautiful gadgets, plus a boy sitting inside. He noticed me staring at him. I heard the people say they had come to look for the cure called the Water of Life. I think this is the princess's journal. Along with Siegfried's diary, it should help me connect the pieces. Here's the prince. Yeah. Looks like someone left a trail through the armory while I was away. Yeah. The princess was taking an examination and probably found nothing. Scabbard key. Oh yeah, something out here. Steal that. Crossbow part. So it looks like something up there. I don't think we do. I don't remember if we do something with that. Okay. Like this crossbow. And load it. And shoot it at this. It seems like a waste of an arrow, but okay. Scabbard is locked. Not anymore. Okay, one of the sword keys. Hello there. She came back as if she's drawn to the canvas. Uh-oh. I've got a candlestick. Get back inside. She went straight back into the canvas, but why? Hey, it looks like she dropped something. Help the princess. She's tried to kill us before. Well, she hit us with this raven portrait and trap the other portraits here, but sure, let's help her. What happened to the princess's portrait? Good question. Princess is in tears. I should try to patch up the painting. Well, again, she did whack us with the raven portrait and, you know, very clearly trapped everyone in here, but okay. I like the changing music. I think the music I need to listen closely, but I think the music might change for each chapter. Oh yeah, I can put in the sword key. This is now open. And this hidden object scene is now active. And shadow again. Well, well, well. What do we have here? I don't know. Yeah, these paintings. This looks like the rock I saw when I arrived. Just someone tried to duplicate the princess portraits. I'm not sure why. That doesn't get explained. Oh, maybe it's no, it can't be. No. Oh wait, no. No wait, yes, it does get explained. Okay, yeah, I know what these portraits are for. Yeah, there is. It's not explicitly stated, but I think I know why there's multiple copies of the portrait princess. That's a nice touch then, yeah. This is probably my favorite track of this game. Activate the hints. Oh, I like the hint circle. I need got another key, but it's missing the emblem. God forbid this key doesn't have the emblem, otherwise it won't work at all for some reason. It seems as though someone was trying to replicate the princess's portrait. Somebody left a code here. I wonder if it belongs to the mystery shadow following me. I think this was Siegfried's code. A token. This puzzle would be a lot harder if the button didn't tell me which gem it would light up. The princess is now able to talk. After I mended her face, I discovered she is not terrifying at all. She sure seems terrifying to me. Yeah, again, just to emphasize, she did trap everyone, all the animals and people in the hallways, and, you know, tried to threw a portrait at us and was willing to reach out to us in a menacing way, but okay. The king brought us the curse. How is the king involved in all of this? I can imagine some ways. I'll pry this out. That's missing. So head out. Okay, do this. It's a bit loud. I can spot the atrium, but the drawing room is shut. Wonder why you just pull the drawing sword down to re-access that room, but okay. To the atrium. The Duckling. Here's the little rascal. The blood moon is steadily rising. Uh-oh. I need to return the sword to open the door. The door closes when I remove the sword. Should probably replace it with something. This face. Another frog. The statue's head is overgrown with algae. Grab that. A symbol for royalty. It's a statue of Princess Vanillas. Wait, hold on. You don't know who Princess Vianua is yet. You're not supposed to know her yet. The King of Cisneros. Wait, hold up. Do you? This is the first time we've encountered the princess's name. I don't think you're supposed to know that yet. I think. This is there is no time left. If I don't remove my curse before the blood moon rises over the islet rock, all will be lost. It's like another page from the princess's diary. Oh, it was the it was just tucked right into the duck. That's where that was. But before I do that, let's talk to the duck. Thank you, duck. What would we do without you? Is there anything else here? Princess Viatra of Estadia arrives at Cisneros in search of the cure for his ailment, the water of life. Sure, let's get all of this information from this puzzle. Drawn to the traveling wagon because by his beautiful fiddling, Princess Vianoa became fascinated by this mysterious, vulnerable boy. That's a way of describing it. The children became inseparable, their friendship slowly blossoming into love. It made the prince even more eager to find the cure, so he decided to continue his search. He left the princess with the promise of his return and his faithful duckling in the place of his heart. Years later, Viatra's envoy came asking for the hand of the princess. Not eager to marry his daughter to the heir of the realm of darkness, Estadia, the king said that she was disfigured, corroborating the lie with a forged portrait. Yeah, see here. So, like, the king of Cisneros doesn't want his daughter to marry the prince of Estadia because Estadia is apparently the realm of darkness. So then why is there an armory that holds the armor and flags of both kingdoms? Undeterred by Vianoa's affection, Viatra came to the Cisneros court, disguised as a traveling fiddler. When he discovered the deceit, he was so hurt his love was cast aside that he banished the princess into her distorted portrait until she found the water of life. Drag the whole princess. Peace. And now we get to read this parable piece. For some reason that thing still glitched down. Here's the parable version of what just happened. Once there was a prince of darkness with a duckling for companion. The princess was too young to understand where the duckling came from. It was natural for him to be with his duckling wherever he went. They have always been together since the day they were born. In the princess's home, there were other ferocious birds that belonged to the princess's brothers. The other birds perceived the little duckling as a weak creature, and she suffered verbal and physical abuse from them. The poor duck. Every time the prince tried to protect the duckling, his brothers teased him mercilessly. How pathetic! A weak master with a weak heart deserves a weak garden. Better hide yourself in darkness. You have both disgraced us. Both the prince and the duckling led a mournful existence, Jesus. One day, the prince found out he was sick. He set off into the world to find a cure for his illness. Soon, he found himself in a beautiful kingdom filled with light and was delighted with everything he saw. Even when he was inside his wagon, he could feel the atmosphere outside, which was joyful. He could feel the joyful atmosphere outside. Which was that joy was a little not as good rewritten. Though he wanted to join the people outside, he could not, for the light burned him. People were always afraid of him for some reason. One day, as the dawn arrived, the princess left his wagon with his duckling. He could no longer bear a life of solitude any longer. He yearned for the light, even though the light rejected him. Even the shimmers of light at night did not accept him. He played soulful music with his fiddle, finally deciding to throw himself at the sunlight. He thought that even if the light burned him, anything would be better than to live a life of ugliness and darkness. A princess who was of similar age approached the princess. She said, "You play such wonderful music, and your duckling is so beautiful. Would you like to play with me?" That's how Princess Fionnuala and Prince Fiatra meet. I appreciate that the picture isn't a jigsaw puzzle for some reason. Yeah, this is kind of... I'm just realizing the implications of this is kind of implying he's, ending his life because he doesn't rather burn himself in the light because he doesn't want to live in constant darkness anymore. Also, I don't know how people would assume him to be... he does not look ugly even as a kid. And the duck isn't ugly at all. He's just a different color. His outfit and the duck's color is a different color. There is a parable for... Okay, so what we just read, that wasn't the parable version of this. There is a parable we find later on that basically describes what happened in this puzzle, but it describes it a bit differently. And I will point that out when we unlock that parable. But for now, just remember that story. I would say it's also kind of a lot to get this much info right now, but it's fine. I don't think I can do anything here. But this fiddle. Hog. The day the princess was cursed for betraying her promise. The tall figure seems familiar. Could it be the person who cursed the princess? Okay. This is where things in the game start. The story becomes a little weird because in the puzzle we just played, the first motive the prince is given is that... So the puzzle we just played, the prince puts the princess in the portrait because he was hurt from being lied to that the princess was disfigured when she wasn't. And so because he was lied to, the prince put the princess into the portrait. But here this says that the prince put the portrait into the... No, wait. The prince put the princess into the portrait because she betrayed her quote-unquote promise. The promise thing is a separate thing entirely. We'll get to that. So this is a entirely different reason for why the princess was cursed. And there is a third reason, which we'll get to. The prince is given 3 different reasons for cursing the princess, and they're not very compatible with each other. Or at least not explained enough to be compatible with each other in my opinion, and we'll get there. And as far as I remember. Like that you can make the comments in the hidden object scenes. Only took like 10 games or something to come back to this, but cool that you can make the comments in the hidden object scene now. I'm just noticing that the found item, the pieces just slide into each other instead of having a smooth animation. I need to confirm the other hidden object scenes if that's the case. OBS is still going good. Okay, unlock this. Open sesame, I guess. The duck is somehow teleported here. Bridge the gap. I would think I would just climb onto like these clear ground here and just go over there, but okay. The massive blood moon is almost at the center. Realm of darkness, dreams and death. Some of the Stadia is missing its frame. It reads, a place which cannot be found by outsiders, at the end of the world. Not to be confused with the edge of the world where someone is still trapped at. Find the sigil. I don't think the spears are a good walking ground, but okay. I don't have the frame for this. Or do I? No, I don't. Do I have anything else here? Is there something I can do here? Yeah, it's one of these guys. Wooden sword key replica. I can steal this. There we go. Get that. You know, all this to stitch her up. Put this key in. I guess that's such an inconvenient door mechanism. There's nothing else here. This. Is there anything else here? No. Let's go back up. Put the frame in. No, for a kingdom who didn't want the Princess to marry a Prince of Estadia, there sure is a lot of Estadia representation here. And the duck is gone. Another page from Siegfried's diary. It's obvious he knew more about the Princess' curse than he was letting on. I see the princess gaze upon the islet rock with a mournful sigh. The blood moon is on the rise. I know she wishes she could leave the canvas one more time. Blood moon is almost above the islet rock. The little island looks like a dark and sinister place. Honestly, not really. It's just like the one in the Great Hall. Yeah, this does not look like safe to walk on, but okay. Here. Yeah, this. Steel brush. Gem. Here. The king's head. Okay, put back together the princess. bum, bum, bum. Yeah, that's right. That looks right. Bum. Is this right? I don't think that looks right. That looks right. That's better. Is that right? That's right. Bum. Get used to this picture of Fiona. You're gonna see this a lot. This. That's, yeah, there we go. A letter, the amazing Duckling. Farewell, princess. I leave a letter with you. She will be your companion. It will be as if I'm still with you. I will find the water of life, no matter what hardship I must suffer through. We will meet again. Must be the princess's farewell letter to Princess Fiona. And so this, a letter, the Duckling, is the same Duckling. A suing kid. After all that work, we can finally patch up a single torn hole. Wouldn't that hurt on the princess, technically? I know.
Thank you, Detective. I can barely gather the strength to talk. By now, it must be clear to you how dire my situation is. I know there's so much to explain right now, but please, you must bring me to the castle keep. There's something there I must show you.
By bring literally take the whole damn portrait. Okay. The castle key. Let's put this in.
I'm so grateful for your kindness, both for repairing my portrait and listening to my words. However, I'm afraid we're running out of time, so I can't explain everything right now. You've already seen the blood moon. If it rises above the islet rock before I manage to find the water of life, the world as we know it will cease to exist. You see, the eternal darkness shall devour everything. I'm so close to finding the solution. I just need you to take my place.
Uh-oh. I have to find a way to warm myself before I freeze to death. Chapter 4. Get warm. And damn, look at these fish paintings. Guess Princess Fiona was here before too. The poor detective fell down from all the way from the top. Now Jesus, that's a fall. Like from here all the way down here. Actually, wait, no. How did the detective land in this river? So the castle keep was over here. If she was pushed down, she would fall down into the ruin. According to this map, she would fall down in the ruins here. So, or maybe like landed in here, then fell down the waterfall, then another waterfall. She should be dead. The detective is damningly fortunate to survive, is the point. Someone started painting this box, never finished the job. Also, I 100% believe you're a princess. I definitely trust you to put me inside the cursed painting without any further explanation. Definitely a sign of your trustworthiness. Also, yeah. Can't move it by hand. Ruth now can cross the river to the strange mansion. It's like someone's home. Must be the Swan Knight's family crest. Yeah, not to be confused with the Swan God. Grab that. To this area. Fire ends the curse, but the princess would perish in flames, but the world will be saved. It seems at least one of the Swan Knights had a crisis of faith. Our ancestors' vow binds us. We replace the princess in the painting, but could there be another way to end the curse? It's time for our duty to end. The Honorable Cisneros Knight swore to dedicate his life and the lives of his kin to help end the princess's curse. Yeah, in honor of the first Swan Knight. It's also a statue, but the water cascade makes it impossible to get any closer. Water of life can aid those suffering from wasting diseases or other unworldly maladies like enchantments or curses. Yeah, I'm surprised other people haven't found the water of life yet. It's not impossible to find the water of life. The outline looks familiar. Grab that. Trees are blocking the path. Need a way to clear them. Okay, missing chimes. The sigil of Cisneros, flanked by two important guardians. It says flanked by two guardians, but then it says maybe these. Oh wait, no. I read this as 3, my bad. Need to drink water. Yeah, the poor detective is fighting for her life right now. The detective may be freezing to death, but at least she can do a lot of tasks, okay? What a cruel curse. We need volunteers to take the princess's place in the canvas so that she can stay outside longer. She needs more time to find a way to end her curse. Though she can capture and turn living things into paintings, it's less effective if the subject did not consent to the sacrifice and gives her less time. And we can see that she did that a lot of times with a shit ton of animals and people in the hallway. That didn't stop her from keep doing that. The box must belong to a worthy knight. Branch. Too dark to see anything. Head back. Wax. That no. I mean this for sure. There's something here. Oh yeah, I already have one. The chime. Whoopsies. Ring the chimes in a specific order. Okay, head back here. Yeah, these symbols do have significance. So, N, F. Oh, we know it's already in order. N, F, M. Okay, N, F, M, R. Apparently we still have the energy to do a hidden object scene. Even though again we are freezing to death. Supposed to be freezing to death. Grabby. This. It's not in. The Swan Key. Surprised the music is still going. Like even in the same hidden object scene. Into the mansion. Please end the curse. Fireplace here, maybe I can finally dry out. Yeah, definitely trust going inside this abandoned mansion. That's definitely not probably dangerous to go in. Stoke the flames. Warmth at last, I almost froze to the bone. Uh-oh. These paintings seem cursed, just like the ones in the castle. So water of life can free the princess from curse. The people who turn into the paintings are still alive. I can return them to life and the princess succeeds in breaking her curse. If she fails this time, she'll need to find another person from our house to replace her in the canvas. She must be the one to find the water of life. This is the fate of a... This is our path. We all hope that the princess's curse can be broken quickly. This takes several hundred years to do, by the way. Hello there.
Greetings, stranger. What you see before you is another unfortunate consequence of the princess's curse. It took so many lives, yet it remains unbroken. Surely, someone can end this cruelty.
Chapter 5. Photo Ghost. And can you elaborate more, sir? No? Okay. These knights. Past generations of swan knights. Some of the figurines are missing. Blue, red. A lot of generations. Beware, the duckling is not what it appears to be. I already know there's more than that duckling that meets the eye, but what's the play in all of this? Needs all the eggs. 1 egg, 2 egg, another egg, and need more eggs. How many people have been afflicted with this terrible curse over the years? By a royal decree, the house and property of Knight has been seized. As a punishment for the knight's betrayal by trying to burn down the princess's portrait, his ancestors who stepped into painting for the princess will never know peace. Their portraits will be left to rot, their souls never to be granted release through burial or burning. Jesus. Yeah, let's punish. I mean, it's one thing to punish someone's descendants for what that person did. It's another very different thing to punish that person's ancestors who are already dead. Like, damn. That yard. More ravens. The ravens look menacing. I shouldn't bother them without a good reason. There is a explanation for the ravens. It appears that the knight's family was also well versed in the arts. Technically, a lot of people we meet are well versed in the arts because of how good all of their sketches are in the series. Looks like a tiny palette, probably is meant to signify some kind of painting academy. I don't know how you know that. Like, it could just be a palette. It doesn't have to be specifically academy. The princess apparently has some sort of guardian angel. Don't try to harm the princess's portrait, or the curse will come for you too. Here's the black swan to indicate the prince wrote that. Mosaic is incomplete. The ugly princess. Oil. This must be the armory. What a strange lock. Something to illuminate this lantern. What can I do here? Oh yeah, the pride is open. Mallet. I was thinking of like a chisel to pry the lid open, not smash it like a heathen, but okay. I was gonna say that might spill the oil, but there clearly is a lot of oil in it. I don't know what to do with the... Okay, nothing here for now. I think these are all the lost souls of the Swan Knights. Key. Take my grandson and the page boy and get out of here. I will sneak into the castle to try and destroy the portrait. If I succeed, I will come join you. If I fail, leave behind our family name and start a new life. This is the fate of... May the curse come to an end in my generation. Fortunately, that was not the case. Lantern, oil. Back out, come back here. We have some guardian people. No, okay. Split that bad boy off. Can probably fit in the figurines. Yep. This is certainly a puzzle. Let's head in. The ghost disappeared into the sarcophagus. Perhaps there's a way to draw it out. The dude wants us to go about this the hard way. A matchbox. I think it's the same matchbox from the last game. Something else in the ashes, I need to sift through them. You're wearing gloves, you can just move them aside. Strange things to do to keep a painting locked away like this. The 8th Swan Knight, the traitor, was executed. He was forced to become a replacement of the princess in her portrait. Well, clearly that's not the case if the princess is still in her portrait. He betrayed the vow of his ancestors, but saved his family. I'd give him his right arm for that leg. And also probably need something else. Statue arm, the scoop. It would appear that this Swan Knight decided to risk everything to try to break a curse. After all these years, the princess still hasn't found the water of life. Perhaps I should end the curse at its source and burn the portrait. If I do this, I will be forever marked as a traitor. I'll do it even if it means being dishonored as a knight. My family has sacrificed enough. Let's give you your arm back. Thank you. This egg is missing something, apparently. Yes, definitely need this egg decoration. It's like this thingy we'll ever know. By a royal decree, the house and property of Swan Knight have been seized. As a punishment for the knight's betrayal, his ancestors who... Didn't I already read this? His ancestors who step into the painting of for the princess will never know peace. Their portraits will be left to rot, their souls never to be granted release to burial or burning. I feel like I already read that. Yeah, no, this is the same information. This is literally the same information, but in a different... Like, it's the same exact text, but in a different document. The fuck happened here? Missing bunch of stuff. Okay, arrow, axe, and the armor. Took a while to get that done, but we managed. Yeah, something out here. An armory. Definitely needed all those tools in the emblem. Okay. And down. Perfection. The Swan Knight shield. Okay. Gonna take a quick break. Be right back. Okay. Should be back. Double check. Okay, good. Double check. Yep, good. Let's get this guy the shield. Definitely needed to put the shield back to you.
Stranger, please help me find peace. I tried to end the princess's curse, but only ended up a victim myself. I'm doomed to haunt these halls forever. Until somebody burns my painting in the light of the moon, by the river where I was condemned to this fate.
Destroy the knight's portrait. Why did you need me to put back the shield in your sarcophagus? You went inside by your choice. Oh, maybe that was cursed too. Who knows? Let me open this. Is it this? Yeah, it is. Some sort of diorama. Maybe I can learn something from it. It's an ominous moonlit night in Cisneros. This is quite the happy music for this, but okay. I bring back, summon the sun, the moon. The swan knight followed his conscience. Alone on the riverbank, he stoked the fire until it angrily burned in the night. There's more. Oh, there's more. And set out to burn the painting of the princess and finally end the curse. And he would have succeeded if it wasn't for the raven that alerted the night's guard. And look, it's this guard again. From like the thief in the tinderbox. Okay, not going anywhere with those chains. If this is the painting of the cursed knight, and why is he in the hallway? Why is that portrait of this knight in that hallway in the castle there to begin with? I know why it's covered, but why is it there still there to begin with when this portrait is here as well? Okay, put this in. Douse it with something flammable. Now to set a light.
Thank you for your help, stranger. I can finally reunite with my family. You might be the one who will finally end the princess's curse. Not a moment too soon either. It wasn't meant to last forever. If the princess does not find the cure, her curse will devour the world.
If I want to solve this mystery, I need to get back to the castle. Return to the castle. Well, we helped the guy. Yeah, the match. No? Okay. Steel tile. Oh, yes, it's still going, right? Right. Is there anything else I could do? This. Sake Ohio. There's something. Yeah, back here. I think this was the crypt. Okay, not this. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Ah, yeah, this. Okay, grab that. Okay, I'm good. Here. Oh yeah, I like gem. Okay, something in here. Did someone live here? This tent looks pretty old and tattered. Here's this lit rock. The ugly princess. This one looks greedy. Ravings require an offering. As the red moon climbs higher, if you still cannot remember your promises, I would take down this beautiful world that we saw together. The world is no longer beautiful without you. Just rereading this. So probably, yeah, another person who is taking their love a bit too far, but makes sense in some context we'll learn later. People are afraid of us. The visitors who come from Estadia are not welcome. I understand, for we are from a country connected to darkness, nightmares, and the other world. Only one girl was brave enough to approach me. Later, I found out that she's the princess of this realm. Gonna make a comment, detective? No? Okay. It's interesting that it uses the word otherworld. It's in the newsletter by Blue Tea Games back when they did those. It was Big Blue Tea Games who introduced the idea of the otherworld. This is a long story, but like in the newsletter of Blue Tea Games, I honestly could make a video out of this. Like Blue Tea Games said, like this other world included like the Fable Land from Red Riding Hood Sisters, Soulwood from Return of the Soul Princess, I think the Nightmare Grove from the Final Cinderella, like a bunch of different worlds, like alternate worlds we explored in all the Dark Parables games. According to Blue Tea Games, they all come from the same world, the other world, and something that was exclusively in their newsletter. It's a shame that wasn't fully detailed out. It seems like that was mentioned in that Estadia note just now. I don't know if Eipix got the memo about the other world, but I don't know how much Blue Tea Games wrote for this game. Like they did do the locations, but I don't know how much of the actual story they did. Dun dun dun. Boom 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 boom. Because we are not finding a small amount of pop-up notes. Like that's definitely Blue Tea Games. Well, not definitely, but like it's either by or inspired by Blue Tea Games. Boom 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 do 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 do. I swear I would have found this item by now. There we go. Yeah, Independence. Wonder who set up this tent. Maybe Prince Fiatra did. Yeah, that I think that would make sense. Probably. Missing 2 tokens. 1 token. Amulet looks damaged. I'll put this. The knight. I accidentally hit my mic. Okay, now we can do this game. Connect the tokens. Okay, it's just one of these puzzles. Only for some reason format as this game. I think this puzzle was already done in Jack in the Sky Kingdom. Yeah, this was already done in the previous game. Where else could I put this in? Yeah, that and that. But not enough to fulfill these guys. Okay, put in these 2 guardians. Releases these guys. And redo this hit object scene. Oh look, another frog. Should find the other button. It's a fancy ass spoon. Waterfall is meant to be louder there. Somehow I could do more here and there. Princess's amulet. I guess this is the princess's stuff. Raven's claws. Looks like I can claw my... How would you know this is a claw? I would think this is like a diamond or something. How would you know this is meant to be claws? Okay, got the princess's... Well, not the princess's. Maybe it is the princess's fiddle. This one was born with a silver spoon in its mouth. That's clever. Okay, make our way back up. The little duckling has returned. Starting to grow, I mean. You haven't interacted with the duck yet. You've just been seeing it. Here's the castle. I guess the horse carriage went on this cliff. And that's the entrance. Make way, make way. Let me through, you pesky birds. Okay. The water of life. Let me move out of the way. We meet at dawn. We play in twilight. You tell me sunshine is beautiful. For me, no light shines as brightly as your smile. What instrument does the prince play? The fiddle, which unlocks this. We read this note first. The blood moon climbs ever higher. It is almost time. I know. I don't need a reminder. I know. I could pick up that feather, but okay. I guess, oh yeah, I haven't noticed. There's like the little doodles of the children there. I guess the two kids once played there before and drew all over this gazebo. The gazebo. Okay, let me back out. I don't want to hear the waterfall. Can I back out first? I don't want to hear the water. This is better, okay. The water of life. Sometimes the art style is off, but like this, like it's like anime-esque, like the way she's drawn. I do like that. The water of life. The laughter of the little princess shed light on the darkness in the princess's heart. He had found his light at last. On the day the princesses departed, he gave his duckling to the princess as a promise that they would meet again. Promise. The word promise here is... I feel like there's so many... a lot of the plot holes in this game come from whatever promise these to make, but we'll get to that. The fairies noticed the girl and asked where she was going. Somehow, completely different story. She answered that she was looking for a cure for her father. Okay, this is a very infamous moment in this game. This is pointed out in the Dark Parables wiki. Like, okay, I'm sorry for interrupting, but like this first page of this parable makes more sense to be the last page of this parable, because this page right here talks about Prince Viatra and Princess Fiona. It's this parable, but then the next page it suddenly introduces entirely different characters, and like it is distinctly different characters. It like confirmably not Princess Fiona and Prince Viatra. Like I have no idea what happened here. And like it doesn't even make sense to start with this as the first page, because the fairies noticed the girl and asked where she was going. That doesn't make sense as the first page, because that's missing context, but we don't know that context because that context was like deleted and replaced with this page. That sounds like it's supposed to come from the previous parable. Anyways, the fairies noticed the girl and asked where she was going. She answered that she was looking for a cure for her father. The fairies were happy that the girl answered them. They had tried to greet two men who had passed by before, but were ignored by one and scolded by the other. The girl could ask where she could obtain the water of life, the elixir that could cure all kinds of sickness and curses. It was mentioned in the fairy's song. The fairies told her the location of the water of life and how to get there. She needed a magical bird and a flower of eternal beauty to grant access to the secret place. The daughter faithfully followed the fairy's instructions and followed the magical bird and found the magical bird and a flower of eternal beauty. Finally, she reached the site of the water of life. She was about to get some water to bring back to her father when the magical bird, which was a talking swan, spoke to her. He told her that the fairies had acted out of malice and that they intentionally left out the most important part about the water of life. It must be obtained by the one who seeks to be cured. The girl did not give up hope. She immediately went back home and brought her father to the site of the water of life. The old man was cured. Suddenly, a prince appeared, holding the flower of eternal beauty. He proposed to the girl, revealing that he had been cursed to be a magical swan. He thanked the girl for bringing him to the water of life so his curse could be cured. He was touched by her persistence in saving her father. The prince and the girl got married. The kingdom they built was given a swan emblem to commemorate their love forever. Not long after that, the girl's brothers came back home. They had been tricked by the fairies and found themselves lost. Everyone lived happily ever after. Yeah. It's like this parable isn't bad, but like I genuinely do not know what happened here. With like the first page talks about Princess Fiona and Prince Fiatra, and then it suddenly shifts into a completely story entirely, where like the story is clearly missing a first page, but the first page of this parable is clearly the last page of the last parable. I don't know what happened. Like, this is clearly detailing the origin of the Cisneros kingdom, which is nice and all of that, but like it's generally a nice way of... Wait, that raises some questions. Hold up. So this parable shows how the water of life is pivotal to the creation of the Cisneros kingdom. In that case, why did no one write down where the location of the water of life is? I guess to prevent the water of life being abused. Sure. But like in that case, so the whole point of the game is that Princess Fiona has to find the water of life herself. Otherwise, it won't work. It needs to specifically be her finding the water of life. But this parable here says that it could be someone else finding the water of life for the cursed one. It's just that the person cannot pick up the water themselves. They have to bring the cursed one to the water of life. So in that case, why didn't anyone in the Cisneros kingdom, and I played this game twice and I do remember this part, no one in the Cisneros kingdom tries to find the water of life, and the water of life is pretty close to the kingdom. Like, it's not in a different country, it's literally right next to the kingdom. So like, why did no one in the kingdom try to find the water of life, and then after finding the water of life, bring the princess to that water of life? Because clearly all this time the princess was trying to find the water of life all by herself. Even though other people could have found it themselves, just that they don't take the water, you know? Maybe the people didn't know that, but like... But I feel like that could just... Did no one think of that? In like the several hundred years of Princess Fiona being cursed? Grab that Ravenstone. I will say it's weird that Princess Fiona is... It's not that weird, but Fiona isn't a Spanish name. It's I believe it's an Irish name. So I know Fiona is based on some character, I just forget which, but I'm pretty sure those lines divide up the Raven types, but okay. Also, yes, this is reused from a previous game. Clearly not that. I think Fiatra is based on some... I don't know about Fiatra, but Fiona is definitely an Irish name. Okay, yeah, the lines are a bit picky and... yeah. I don't know what the Ravenstone exactly did. I guess it shooed away the ravens. Let's get up. The man who pushed me off the tower just kidnapped Benno. Yeah, chokehold. Damn. Find out what happened to Benno. Why did the Raven go to this spot? Is the Raven supposed to steal something or drop the bag off, but they forgot to animate the bag being dropped? Well, no, Benno dropped the bag. Then why did the Raven come? Well, whatever. This doesn't look like a letter written by a poor art apprentice. The master has spent the remainder of his wealth to get here, but he's adamant it's the only way. There's no post office here, so I have no idea when this letter will reach you. Well, clearly you're not sending this letter anywhere. Wait. Oh yeah. Oh, I completely forgot to mention this at the beginning of the game. There's apparently phones in this Dark Parables universe. Like Benno mentioned calling the detective, so that implies there's phone in this universe. Somehow that went over my head, but until now, but yeah, I guess there's phones in. Well, maybe because Benno and Siegfried live in a more modern day city, so that's how they have phones. The devices is broken, the vines are even more entangled. Need to clear those vines. And this synoptic scene triggers once again. There we go. So there's something I'm missing. Oh yeah. She will remember what she said to me. This is by Prince Fiatra because of the music sheet. She will remember what she said to me. She will find the water of life just as I found it so I could see her again. Those fools could harm the princess's portrait. They deserve to die. Who left that note? I mean, Prince Fiatra is still around, so I guess he left the note there. Or the Raven did. Inside. Whoever snatched Benno left quite a messy trail behind them. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, we do go up that thing. Of course we do. Well, this is blocked now. Anything else here? The Prince of Estadia proposed to the princess. The king didn't want him to marry her. Who would want to give their daughter to a prince of the realm of darkness? Okay, bit of I mean, I guess it's different because it's the realm of darkness, but I don't know, maybe there's some discrimination there. Okay, steal that wheel, go back up. He's taken Benno into the Great Hall. I've got him cornered now. Well, clearly not. There's multiple ways to go out in through the Great Hall, but okay. Mechanism is broken, but I could damage these bolts. Maybe I could open the door. I need to melt the lock now. The lock I spent so much time piecing together and solved. Now I need to destroy. Is there anything else here? I don't think there's anything else here. Drink some water. I do... we returned to the beginning of the game a surprising amount of times, and I guess this is a Blue Tea Games game design decision. This feels like it was written by Blue Tea Games to return back to the beginning of the game this way. Eipix doesn't usually do that often. Okay, crank. Oh well, yeah, there's back here. Okay, go up the belfry. This concept art, the concept art of this location was made by Blue Tea Games. They posted it on their blog post. The parable unlocked. Let's check out this area first. The hard half is firmly lodged into the doll's hand. It has "Hoping you find the cure soon" handwritten in the corner, which we don't see. Whole family of owls here. The answer to turning the fountain on lies in the palm of her hand. That black swan watermark keeps showing up. No harm will come to you. I will guard you until you recall your lost childhood memories and the promise you made to me. I need to look out if the promise is ever actually stated. I remember when I first played this game, I still didn't know what promise Viatra is referring to. I need to make sure if that's actually stated, because the Dark Parables wiki is also confused as to what promise Viatra is specifically referring to. That's so important, and if it makes sense with what happens in the game. Buried in the dirt and leaves. Viatra Fiona Aleda. That's quite tall for a letter, but okay. Okay. Distract the raven. Where will Cupid's arrow strike this time? This be where the prince and princess used to play as kids. Shy of one part. I don't want to do this puzzle yet. I wonder what this says. Coffee Bamethos. I am not sure what that says. Let's read the parable. The ugly princess. Once upon a time, there was a king who had a daughter. The little girl grew up to be delightfully charming. She became a graceful and attractive princess. One day, messengers came from a kingdom of darkness, asking for the princess's hand in marriage for their prince. The kingdom of darkness was not well known. Legend says that it's a dominion at the end of the known world, not to be confused with the edge of the world again, connected to the worlds of dreams and death. It's a mysterious realm that cannot be found by outsiders. Who would be willing to marry off his daughter to the prince of such a place? But the king feared that if he rejected the marriage proposal, it might offend this terrible kingdom that we again don't know about. The king thought that the prince had only proposed to the princess because of her beauty, so the king came up with a plan. He asked a painter to draw a portrait of the princess, but to deface it with blotches of paint. The king sent the messenger back with the ruined portrait of a message saying that the princess's face was disfigured in the accident, making her ugly. However, the prince loved the heart of the princess more than anything. The princess still remembered the princess who had brought light into his dark world when he was young. He still wanted to marry her. The prince pretended to be a blind fiddler and came before the king and the princess, wishing to propose. When he saw the princess, the prince knew he had been tricked. Though the princess did not know about the trick, listen to this carefully. She did not remember the prince or her promise to him. The prince took out the ruined portrait he got from the king. He cursed the princess and sealed her in the ugly portrait for her betrayal. The princess was trapped in the ruined portrait. For her, the passage of time stopped. She could only come to life under the light of the moon. Whatever paint stains got on her, they never faded. Well, clearly they eventually did. Just like the king had said, the princess had become disfigured and ugly. I mean, again, clearly she's not anymore, but okay. I don't know how she's not disfigured anymore, but sure. Okay. This is another infamous part of the game that I'm not a bit confused about. It says right here, the princess did not remember the prince or her promise to him. It is never explained why the princess doesn't remember the prince, because this is not stated in the puzzle we played at the beginning of the game. At the beginning of the game, okay, there's like 3 different motivations for the prince cursing the princess. There's the fact that he was lied to, that the princess was disfigured. The second fact is that the princess didn't remember. Okay, I guess the 2 reasons are here, but I guess it's just 2 reasons. There's the fact that the prince was lied to, and the princess doesn't remember the prince for some reason. It's not explained why the princess doesn't remember the prince and this promise that we may or may not learn about. I don't know if this because if the parable just said the princess didn't recognize the prince from before, I don't know how, because he's wearing the same outfit as he did when he was a kid, but okay, but if it said didn't recognize the princess, that would make sense, but it explicitly says did not remember the prince and did not remember the promise. Why? And I guess it could happen, maybe she just genuinely forgot, maybe she genuinely moved on with her life and genuinely forgot about her childhood love. Maybe. Why is that not stated? Because it's also, the princess clearly does remember the prince. Later on, she does recognize him. So she does remember him. So what happened here? I don't know. And it's not. We'll get there when we get there, but it's not like the princess magically gets her memories back or anything. No, the princess she just still does, for some, and or maybe the prince. It can't be that the prince it can't be that just the prince thinks that the princess lost her memories or whatever. Maybe the prince does think the princess forgot about him. Maybe. But that's not how it's worded in the parables. It's worded that the princess actually forgot about the prince. And I don't know why. I'm harping on this a bit much, but yeah. No, I don't have a piece connecting it yet. There we go. The tricky parts. Or rather trickier parts. This can't connect to anything yet. Could connect up here. There we go. Yeah. Someone had to install a sliding mechanism to have the bottle show up. For some reason there's no line between the two locations. Well, one Barbie doll. What else could I do here? I am half Cupid. Burn the... No? Okay. Oh, seed. Okay, grab that. Fountain valve, yeah. This is... This is clearly a card wheel we took from before. How is it the same size as this fountain? Something buried in the dirt leaves. The sun mirror part. That will come in handy. This doll looks similar to the doll we encountered in the last game with Giselle. Pliers. This time it's not coming back to... This time it doesn't come to life. So now, here. Ah yes, a sea doll. Somehow pour on the wall. Let's head in. Oh no, Benno is imprisoned in the painting. Now we have to ask him why he walked into the painting. It's a good thing after like 20 minutes, it only took that long for that thing to just happen.
Don't try to stop me. I must do this to help my master end a century-old injustice.
Yo, what?
You did what you could, but if you really want to help me, end this curse.
Objective completed. Follow the princess and the masked knight. If Benno's in the painting, where's the princess? Yeah, if you haven't read, or not read, if you're not aware of the Swan Lake play, it's a bit sudden that Benno suddenly refers to the other guy as his master. Like, it's not like a master as in like a slave man. It's like how they did it in like the old times, like the master-servant relationship, like a boss and a worker relationship. It's not like a master-slave relationship. It's not that level. But like, if you're not aware of that going into this game, you're going to be confused as to why Benno refers to him as his master. Also, at this point, it should be kind of obvious who the... I mean, I'm not gonna say it out loud, but like, I think at this point you know who the the night is at this point. Like they're not trying that hard with leaving the hair out. If I feel like I feel like at this point the detective should recognize who the knight is at this point. I feel like I should be finding these items by now. Got another a music box. It looks a bit incomplete. A plus item? No, okay. There's just an empty slot there. I was wondering. Let's head out. There's a secret passage in the fountain. I wonder how those guys managed to drain the fountain. There doesn't seem like a mechanism available to drain the fountain. I wonder how they managed to do that. Maybe filling this empty niche is the key to opening this passage. I also wonder how they managed to get past this door when it's incomplete. But there's no key in there. Maybe they took the key with them and there happens to be another key out here. At least I need to drink some water. Let me put everything here. Okay, this looks right. Yeah, this also looks right. I chose the worst spot to put this in. That also looks right. Oh, that's for reference, so we can do this bit. Okay. Okay, nothing down here. So 1, 2, 3. I think it's 3. Then there's like, I don't see any of these guys. It's like 1. I just see 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let me make sure I'm counting this right. This is okay, that smile doesn't count. There has to be 3. I don't see a bunny anywhere. Okay, anchor. 1, 2, 3. Is this an anchor? Oh, yeah, it is down here. Whoops. Okay, it has to be more. It looks like it's just one more bunny. I am trying, by the way. 1, 2, 3. There's only one bunny I could spot. In a way, this is kind of a hidden object scene. 1. Is it just one? Did I just screw up? It has to be just the one. Dear then. How about anchor? This is not an anchor. 1, 2, 3. Maybe but 1. Is it less? I don't know how much of. Hey, that's not a thing. 1, 2, 3. It's clearly not that. Oh wait, no. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it is 4, maybe 5. I can't see any possibility. This puzzle should not. I don't remember struggling on this one that much. Clearly, there's 1, 2, 3. One, two, 3 anchors. Okay, the rocket ships. 1, 2, 3, 4. Clearly, I'm off by 2. I just can't find 1. Also 1. Wait, 1, 2, 3. I can't find the other. Does it want me to align it more does it actually care about the aligning part? I feel like I'm pretty sure I found all. This should be right. I'm gonna check the strategy guide just in case. So like 7. What? Wait, is this randomized? Okay, there's apparently a lot. There's apparently 2 bunnies. Okay, deer I got right. Anchor I got right. There's apparently 1. I guess it's counting this as another ship. There's apparently another bunny and another. Okay, so I'm like 1 off on. Where's this other? I see 1, 2, 3. Where's the extra? the fourth one. I actually wanted to find that. Like this spaceship, this doesn't have the tail. Is the thing. So like, I don't know why that counts as the fifth shape. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like this is a stretch because it's made out of lines instead of curves, but I'll allow it. This doesn't even have the tail, so like it's technically a different shape. Maybe there's another fifth shape here. I'm just not noticing. Bunny. I don't know what this bunny could be referring. I feel like there's only one here. Let me double check. Wait, is it? Oh, I'm just realizing there's this etching for. Why is this? They didn't need to put the thing on the column here. Do I actually need to check the columns? Okay, there's nothing here. They clearly went out of the way to do this, but okay, where's the second bunny? There clearly is a second bunny. I just, according to the strategy guide, but I don't see a second bunny anywhere. It's clearly not counting the buttons themselves, because then this would be 2 deers instead of 1 deer. So it can't be that. I don't know. I can't spot the second bunny anywhere. Like, these are all very distinctly different. As far as I can tell, I can't spot the second bunny anywhere. There's also a fourth of these guys somewhere. I'm trying to find that, but I can't. I'm looking in the branches, but I don't spot it anywhere. Like, I see 3. I just don't spot the 4th one. It's clearly not counting that. Is it this? I feel I don't think it can be this. Can it? If there was a line over here, then that would in a way count, but like there's no line on the top like it does here. So it can't be that. I generally can't spot the other items. Let's head in. Hello there. The princess is with the masked knight now. Are they conspiring together?
I'm glad you're all right, Detective. That was quite a fall. I found a replacement, but my time is running out. We must get to Islet Rock. That's where the solution to the curse lies. I can feel it.
You can feel it now after all these years. Okay.
Please stay back. Do not intervene. We must do this on our own.
Why?
Leave the princess alone if you want to save Siegfried and Benno, or I'll make sure you won't get in our way.
Okay, jeez. So they are working together, but how did that man know Siegfried and Benno's names? To end the princess's curse was our family's duty. This is what I have heard since I was young. When I investigated our family history, I found that my ancestor was supposed to guard the princess. What should I do? I probably shouldn't have involved Benno in all of this. Yeah, probably. Let's not make a comment about this at all. There's something up there. Mirror frame. Where does this go to? Okay, somehow that... Okay, what sense does this make? Okay, this ladder goes up to this location. There is also another ladder that goes down and is like entirely... Okay. So like, where's the belfry? How does this make any... How does the... These ladders are clearly going straight up. Like, is this belfry like massive? It has to be. Otherwise it's like... Maybe the hole from the secret passage is all the way back, but in that case, wouldn't that... There would be like 2 locations up here instead of just the one. So like... I was like, the ladders go straight up and go to this. Okay, like this is whatever. Apparently something. Oh no, in my inventory. Wind. I'm guessing that's why they don't have a line for this location. Blood moon, owl. Grab a cubit, put it in here. Brass lock pod. A mirror frame. I can clearly see the text. The title of the Swan Knight is conferred upon the Guardian of the Cisneros. I know this is a thing they do. I haven't found a parable piece in a while. Jesus. I know this is something that happens in Return of Soul Princess as well, but it's a... I feel like they could have coded this better. I am caught up on parable pieces, right? Yeah, I'm caught up. That's the blood moon. Chains, if only we had the pliers we just had. Scales, usually justice or the balance. This is misplaced. Okay, clearly not. It is that. It's just not. It's a hitbox thingy. Swan mirror. You know, now that I think about it, why? I'm just realizing what exactly is the point of separating out the pieces? This is a question I should have asked in Curse of Briar Rose, but why is the item parts like divided up into 3 sections specifically? Apologies for that, I got interrupted. Wait, what was I saying? Yes, yeah. I wonder what why Blue Tick Games made the decision of separating the sections out into 3 sections. I wonder how it stayed 3 sections across like different developers. Like I know Eipix and like Artifacts Money kept it as 3 separate sections. I wonder how it's managed to stay consistent after all this time. Yes, difficult puzzle. Simple matching puzzle. Not that. Oh yes, the swan mirror. Is OBS going? Yes, it is good. This is also a bye bye guys. Drat, I think I just missed them. Discover the path to the island. This is also a pretty short game. Like, I think this is, we're not like that close to the end of the game, but we're getting pretty close. How am I ever going to get across without a boat? It's great, I never get anywhere in this boat. Can't reach the wreckage and I don't want to get my feet wet again. Looks like I get to dig for buried treasure. We are at the end of the world. No time for the excitement. This could be the traveling wagon Prince Viatra arrived in all these years ago. How am I ever gonna get across without a boat? Question. Pay my respects. Another portrait of the princess. Almost a name drop. Title drop. The Dark Prince came because of the promise made to him to see a princess who was said to have become ugly. I don't know how the princess. Whatever. He didn't mind, for he loved the princess' heart more than anything. But the princess was just as beautiful as she was in the past. He was angry. He thought that he was being fooled. He was impatient. He didn't give her a chance to explain. He was heartless, for he had given his heart to the princess. This must be where the princess's loyal subjects came to warn her. Was this the promise violated? Let me actually think about this for a bit. Okay, I think the reason why myself and the Dark Pebbles wiki were confused about whatever promise made between the two was is that like it's not made out of like, yes, this is a promise. Yes, okay, let me try to piece together this. So Princess Fiona promised to see a princess who became ugly. That's hyper specific, but okay. So the prince arrived because he wanted to fulfill that promise. But he thought the princess broke it. But like, how? Like the part about being angry, about being fooled, like that makes sense. But like, that's not a broken promise. Like, the princess didn't broke anything. Like it's like the prince mentions again like multiple times about a broken promise, but I'm not sure how this is a promise that was broken by the princess. Like the prince thought the princess fooled him, but that's not a broken promise. That doesn't break this promise. I'm not sure if I'm making sense there, but it doesn't seem to make sense that that's the promise being broken. These marks look like duckling footprints. Fireflies could be useful if I catch them. Something of great beauty lies here. Okay, wagons abandoned. A grotto. Okay, this area. Star-shaped indentation, which I don't have. That's gonna keep zooming in on that. Another parable piece. The wine went sour a long time ago, but could find a use for it. Okay, need a shell. Which unlocks that. Someone's been living here. Maybe the knight has. Another painting of the Swan Knight. This one doesn't seem enchanted in a way. Who painted this? Maybe the knight did. He is a painter. But how did you... yeah, actually, yeah, okay. I feel like you have better priorities than painting a portrait of yourself, but okay. Grab that. The swan is surrounded in gloom. A record. Waterway. Is it the rack? No, the brooch. So to get that faucet. And a hook. Oh, there's something here. That could be... no, not something. Grab that. Could pick that up. Empty jar. The fireflies don't show up here. Grab that. Get into the grotto. And light this up. Swan's neck looks bare. Here are all the feathers. These look like hard feathers, not soft. Wait, actually no, these are soft feathers. Yeah, okay. Grab that. And I need the neck thingy. Do I have something to break this open? I could technically use the faucet. Oh, wineskin. Okay. Alright, before we open the wagon, I'm gonna take a quick break. Be right back. Okay. Let's open the carriage. Hope that's still going right. Yep. Open sesame, I guess. Surprised the wagon is still here and that no one has moved it or dismantled it or anything. Without I did not need to click on that. Melt something. A cryptic note indeed. Could the duckling be that magical bird? To access the location of the water life, a magical bird in a flower of eternal beauty must be found. Something we know if we read the parable already. Also, the reason why I read the comments first before the note itself is that the comments disappear after some number of time, whereas the note stays on the screen. So I have to read the comment first, because if I read the note first, then the comment disappears before I get to read it. Even though the comment already spoils the note's contents, because the comment assumes you've already read the note. So yeah, it's not a great design choice. Open with the owner's hornet sigil. You can kind of already see what's inside. A couple of hard halves are missing. A winding mechanism. We have the hard halves. So we are still going, right? Cool. Knob. And that's a wind. Contraption that moves the bed curtain. For some reason I can't examine this music stand, even though I could for some reason I can't access that. What do I have in my inventory? I need a furnace now. Fuel. Fire. And set it on fire. Cook or melt something. Wax. Grab that. Was nothing in here. Perhaps something in here. No. Oh, all the way back here. Who would have thunk? What do we have? Oh yeah, the scales. Black swans were the order founded by the Prince of Cisneros, who married the queen of the dark fairies. Black swans are cruel and heartless, talented in magic. The royal members keep a spiritual animal, which soon grows ferocious with age. Soon, the animals no longer being birds, no longer being swans, they turn into ferocious, monstrous birds. It's kind of the same thing. Like that's not a joke. It's not kind of already the same thing. I guess we do see like bigger birds in like some depictions. Also, I feel like this is kind of missing some context. I feel like this makes more sense if you read the parable, because it's suddenly introducing this concept. So like, in my opinion, not to be confused with the Demon and Focus, where each member has their own animal. Wouldn't this be the spiritual swan? Because it looks like it's exclusively swans. And again, Black Swan, not to be confused with the Black Swan in the Swan Princess game. For some reason, you can examine some areas you can click on to check back the notes, and some areas you can't do that. There's a star emblem somewhere. I can't direct with that. This clearly does not work. No, lime scale all over the encryption. Have to clean it to read it. Again, pour on the wall. I thought you needed to put something up there to brush up that sediment. The title of Swan Knight is conferred upon the Guardian of Cisneros. You have to read that pretty fast. The sacred drops flow in the gloom, sealed in rock beneath water and salt. It's known as the Water of Life. I feel like this is the 10th time the Water of Life is... wait, hold up. This is nothing information. This is just telling me the Water of Life exists. I know the Water of Life exists, bro. Okay. Let's head out. Put this here. I don't know who... I guess this is Princess Vinola's grave. Even though she's alive, because the kingdom might think she's still dead. Blood Moon. Head back. To finally put this in. The title of Swan Knight is conferred upon the Guardian of Cisneros. Yeah, okay. Winding key. Grotto. Oh yeah, the star. Surround the dark swans with white ducklings. I'm pretty sure this was a puzzle in cursory. It's not the easiest puzzle, but it is a puzzle I've done before. Here's Princess Daria's Beatra's ring. Okay, unlock that. White Swan, Black Swan. OBS is still going, right? Right. Long ago, there were two princes in the White Swan Kingdom. Originally... Wait. Actually, long ago there were two princesses in the White Swan Kingdom. The older prince was gentle, brave, and skilled in fighting, but merciful to those who offended him. The younger prince was naughty, ruthless, intolerant, and treated everyone and everything horribly, which is something we have never heard before. Their parents were disappointed that their younger son was not as brilliant as his brother. He grew older, he came to embrace his dark side even more. The younger prince was such a nightmare to deal with that no one could love him. His existence became a stain on the royal family. He mockingly called himself the Black Swan. One day, the Dark Prince vanished. No one cared about his disappearance as he wasn't next in line to inherit the throne. In fact, the prince was soon forgotten by everyone, like a bad memory. Rumors say that he was kidnapped. He was either dead or had been kidnapped by demons. Several years later, a procession came at midnight, bearing the flag with the Black Swan emblem. The younger prince was leading the procession. Beside him was a beautiful lady and a ferocious monster bird. People say the lady whom the young prince married was a fairy. He must have become the king of a kingdom in the other world. One person even claimed that he had come into contact with the people in the procession. The people in the procession were either souls of living people lost in dreams, or souls of those who had died but did not realize yet that they were dead. Rumors spread fast. People believed in the existence of the kingdom of the Black Swan, but they did not know where it was. It is said that the Black Swan was a cadet branch of the White Swan. While the White Swan ruled the world under the light, the Black Swan dominated the world of darkness. While the Black Swan was never officially recorded in history, many people still believed in legends about it. Yeah, Cisneros being the White Swan Kingdom and Estadia being the Black Swan Kingdom. What was I gonna say? I feel like I was gonna say something. Yeah, again, not to be confused with the same white and black swans in the Swan Princess game from before. Yeah, fairy. Blue Tea Games elaborated more about fairies in their blog posts and newsletters. They have like whole lore for fairies and everything. I think it gets elaborated a bit more, but I think Blue Tea Games goes into more details on their website. Twilight is too weak to light my world. I used to dream of being devoured by the darkness. For a long time I didn't even want to be cured, but then I met Fiona and decided I wanted to always be able to see her smile. This carriage won't get too far without a second horse. Restore this broken wing. Open sesame, I guess. Okay, current switch. Hidden object scene. Here's the flower of beauty. Wonder what this sketch is of. Bum bum dum. Do 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 do. Can't find the other items. that, and the crown, which is not this crown. How did the actually no, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I genuinely couldn't find the other item. Yeah, sure. But that. I'm surprised I can't interact with this music stand. I'm gonna wind this up now. But that stand for some figure. Missing stuff. Can repair at least that. And go back. The duck. Leda. Leda is here. Why did they leave without her? Is she trying to tell me something? Let's put the flower of beauty here. Duck. So the duckling was the key to the path of Islet Rock. Lead the princess to the gem on the right. This use a sea creature. It's the same puzzle in Queen of Sands. I think this was an easier version. A land bridge racing from the sea itself. That's how you do it. Let's head forward. Craggy Walk. Hello there. What were you doing all this time? I was right, the princess and the masked knight left by Bone.
So you figured our plan out. I know I must seem monstrous.
You are.
Imprisoning people on canvas. But I needed the water of life. Tonight's my last chance to break the curse.
I came to reclaim the honor of my ancestors. I was faced with a choice. Burn the portrait, or help the princess. I chose to help her. I'm sorry I put your life at risk, but I couldn't allow you to meddle.
Screw you.
We wondered why Alita refused to get in the boat.
Maybe you should listen to the duck, who's the key to all of this.
She knew that we needed to raise the road to the islet to reach the water of life. We still need Alita to claim it, however. Please, would you get her for me?
That text went by so fast, Jesus. Get to the water of life. I know this sea creature anywhere. Octopus. Anchors away. The clan with no hearts. This guy looks... The character design looks similar to the Swan Garden, like the Swan Princess in the Swan Princess game, but for some godforsaken reason, it's not connected to... Like, it's really... That similar character design, but for some reason, it's just not connected at all. Like, I know I've, like, haggled on these games for having too much connections to previous games, but I feel like they just missed an they had an opportunity and just completely ignored making a connection to a previous game, even though it would make sense to make a connection to the previous game. I feel like they realized that and they just opted not to. The handle's been ripped off. Steal the shovel. I know I could just go there immediately, but this is more important. I should hand over Alita. I wish I could keep her though. You are technically allowed to give... You're supposed to give Alita right away, but I'm gonna do a bunch of stuff before I even think about giving Alita. Wait, no, let me grab a letter. Let me adopt you. You're mine now. And a bridge. Let me see how much I can get done before giving a letter. Like, if I can give a letter right now and that causes a bunch of stuff, but I'll hold on to a letter as long as I can. So this does raise a question. I don't think that's a good time to say it right now. I really want to say some stuff, but I also need to progress through the game. I don't want to like pause in the middle of the game. Okay. Here's a nutcracker version of Prince Viatra. You can tell it's a nutcracker because of the mouth. That's how the nutcracker soldiers are designed, with like the mouth. This is possibly another nutcracker reference. Like continuing on from the last game's nutcracker tin soldier references. Like that could be a stretch, but it is interesting that they, out of all the designs they could have opted for Prince Viatra, that one item toy, they went with a nutcracker soldier version. And again, that maybe at some point Eipix wanted to do a Dark Parables game based on either the Tin Soldier, either the Nutcracker or the Steadfast Tin Soldier fairy tale, but unfortunately this is that fourth to last game ever, so that didn't happen. What's that? Hook, bridge. Okay, something happened there. Okay, not here. Grotto. Break this up. Okay, head up. More dragonflies. Key. That's a tiny piece. I feel like I could pick that up, but okay. Beetle. Feels like there should be a pink piece I should be able to pick up, but okay. Yeah. It is weird how Princess Fiona took like several hundred years to find the Water of Life when it was right next to her king. When the Water of Life is located on an island that is right next to a kingdom, and all that you have to do is use the duck that she already has, and use the Flower of Life that is in the carriage right next to the island. Like, in those several hundred years, did generally no one think of like, because like, hold up, there was a like grave for Fiona, which means people were occupying that shore, and did like no one question like the pedestals for the duck and the flower next to the ominous island. Because like all of that would have like, if there's a passage from the castle to the shore to the island with the water of life. It is like almost right there. Like Fiona could have done that in like a day. Like less than an hour. Like she already has the duck. She can look inside the carriage or break into the carriage too. Or someone else on her behalf could do that for her. She could do all of that and like go to the water of life in an hour. Like the hour after she was cursed like several hundred years ago. Why did it take her several hundreds of years to go to an island that's right next to her kingdom, even though all she needed to do was use the item she basically already has? I don't know. And like, if not Princess Fiona, surely someone would have realized to look inside the carriage on castle grounds. Because people were clearly occupied that shore with like the whatever, I'm repeating myself. Like Fiona caused so much suffering just because she couldn't get onto an island that was right next to her kingdom. Like, did no one think of like rowing a boat to the island after all these years? Like, literally no one. Like, sure, maybe they didn't know the water of life was here. Why is there like so many documents about the water of life on the castle grounds then? We wouldn't. I guess some of them were left by Prince Viatra. Clan with no hearts. But still, no. The pedestals had to be left, like, by someone. Whatever. We're moving on. What good is it for my eyes to be cured if you have forgotten your promise? I prefer staying in the darkness forever. Is Prince Viatra blind? I know he pretended to be a blind fiddler, but it's not. I don't think it. Do any of the parables say? No, the parables just say he's like has. The parables and the puzzles and everything had an illness. I remember that Prince Viatra was blind. That was the sickness, but that doesn't. Everything up to this point has been describing it as just an illness, which I wouldn't really call blindness. I'd have despaired as well. The fairy tale detective know what's going on. I don't. Something stuck between the stone feathers. The stone guardians were enough to secure this. It's also locked. Several swans are missing from the flock. Falling star. Diadem used to rest. Yeah, I already have a couple. Use the hook. What area am I in? It's a chapel. Wonder why there's a chapel here. What is that rock? What? I know it holds the water of life, but like, why is there a chapel here in the first place? I don't remember that being explained. Maybe this is like part of the kingdom of Estadia. I just used a headband. Oh, there's something down here. Okay. You told me that you cannot come out into the light, So let me tell you how the world works in daytime. You told me that... Wait, sorry. You told me that you cannot... I think this is written by Princess Fiona. You told me that you cannot come out into the light. So let me tell you how the world looks in daytime. You told me that you may no longer be able to see even in twilight. Please go find your girl. And if the light disappears from your world, I will chase away the darkness. This must be a letter written by the princess to the prince. Is this the promise? If the light disappears from your world, I will chase away the darkness. If that's the promise, I'm not sure how she broke that. It's kind of flying lanterns raised by tiny candles. Is there anything else here? You guys, Aletta deserves a better parent than you guys, but unfortunately I have to give her away. Yeah, even the fairy tale detective wants to keep Aletta. Unfortunately,
Thank you, detective. Now I can finally dispel the curse.
why does she look like that?
I knew you could do it. I have been waiting for you for so long.
Let me go.
You still don't remember me? I am Fiacre of the end of the world, the Prince of Astaria. You'll never keep your promise unless the world is shrouded in eternal darkness. There is no other way.
Good job, Siegfried. Disaster. Dark Prince kidnapped Fiona and the Siegfried is hurt. Help Siegfried recover. Now I have to spend the next 20 minutes saving this guy who tried to kill me at the beginning of the game. This Alcoa needs something to revive him. How did you get injured in the front when you were knocked out by hitting your head on the back? Did the magic did that? Sharp to open this, got that. OBS is still going, right? Cool. Little fish. Is it the... It's not that. It is not that. Anchors away. This. The crab is guarding something. Perhaps it could tempt it with a tasty morsel. I should have had a letter here and fight off the crab. A letter would have dealt with the crab fine. Key. Chamber key up here. Also, hold on. Siegfried, you told me that you were trying to not let me get in the way by pushing me off the tower. Why didn't you just have a conversation with me? You don't even know who I was. You just immediately resorted to pushing me off the tower. Dude. Okay, the cave chamber. Okay. Unlock this parable. The clan with no hearts. At the edge of the world, not to be confused with the edge of the world that found in the thief of the tinderbox. In a place where no one can find. Actually, this could be the same edge of the world. Who knows? The series is done. At the edge of the world, in a place no one can find, there lived a clan whose peoples had no hearts in their bodies. Their hearts were protected by their guardian birds, which came into the world along with them. A master and his guardian bird always grew together. A guardian bird's appearance was dependent on their master's heart. A pure and innocent heart led to a graceful bird, while a violent heart resulted in a ferocious bird. That's why Aleda just changed just now, and that's why Aleda is no longer adorable. As long as the guardian bird lived, their master bird cannot die. Remember this line. As long as their guardian bird lived, their master could not die, no matter how much the master's body was injured. Remember this paragraph. Because of their invulnerability and power, most masters became pugnacious and cruel. Because of that, their guardian birds also grew to be monster-like creatures, and everyone forgot what the birds originally looked like. If a master was separated from either their guardian bird or their heart for too long, isn't the guardian bird holding the guy's heart? They would become heartless, though they would not die. According to the legend, the ancestor of this clan was a human prince. The prince had fallen in love with the queen of the dark fairies. The queen separated the princess's heart from his body, which turned into a magical black swan. The black swan was kept in the hands of the queen. As long as the queen protected the black swan, he could keep her human prince with her, extending his life beyond his normal human years. Moreover, the prince's heart would always be hers. Sounds very consentful. This is the explanation for why. It's not explicit, but this is explaining why Fiatra became heartless, because he gave a letter away to Fiona, which resulted in Fiatra becoming heartless. And that's why that seems to be partly explaining why he put Fiona into the portrait, because he gave a letter away, which a letter is also his heart. So that's how Fiatra became more, yeah. Well, I forgot the word. Became heartless, yeah. I do question, like, when Fiatra, wait, hold up. The prince was too young to understand where the duckling came from. Okay. I was gonna ask if, like, why didn't the prince know, like, that giving the duck away is a bad thing, but also the prince was bullied, so I guess no one would tell him. Okay, that's an explanation. Maybe I can reach inside without breaking the bottle somehow. You brought light into my world of darkness before. Perhaps if the world becomes completely dark, you will remember your promise. This must be one of Princess Fiatra's letters to the princess. It would be really nice if I... They mentioned the promise so much, but there's not like a specific moment. Maybe... Let me actually go back here. I can't re-examine the thing. I don't know. Maybe that note was the promise, but like that's... I feel like that doesn't... That doesn't really make sense with like what's been happening in the story. Again, I would need to do like research to make sure I'm saying this right, but I don't think this the promise is a bit inconsistent in this game. It's been a long time since I heard a record play. Here are these artifacts. So we have a cane, looks like a moonstone, a golden apple, and it looks like the bolide shard. Let me check real quick with the portrait of Dark Parables wiki that I'm reading this right. Like, I'm interpreting the artifact. Like, this cane artifact. I think I know where it comes from. But I need to make sure. Okay, it doesn't specify about the cane. Maybe the cane could be the cursed cane from, like, the cursory game Blue Tea Games make, because that cane was very important in Blue Tea Games' game. But it would be wild if, like, that gets referenced in a game by Eipix. Maybe Blue Tea Games was the one who came up with this. Who knows? Moonstone, Golden Apple, Bullet Shot. Yeah, these are all artifacts from previous games. Yeah, it's not explained why these artifacts are here. Like, the who, how, why, when. They're just here. The detective can't even make a comment about it. Fortunately, I don't think we'll ever find out. I mean, we could. I don't know if, like, any of the employees are willing or legally able to talk. Alita was always said to be the smallest and weakest among the Guardians. Magical Guardians keep a blue blood's heart. Every royal family member has their own magical heart. Alita has my heart. Fiona will keep Alita well. I don't want to grow up to be like most of my family, with a ferocious garden and an ugly heart. Yeah, poor Fiatra. Unable to escape destiny. Wait, hold up. So Fiatra did know about his bird being his heart. Then why did he give it away? Okay, I guess he thought it was okay to give the bird away because he thought it wouldn't affect him emotionally, but due to magic stuff, it affected his heart. I guess that makes sense. This must be one of the letter to princess. Yeah. For some reason, the comments that comment gets reused a bunch of times instead of an actual unique comment. No faucet. Need a scale. Need to drink water as well. Container, flask. Should have gone with hot. Reach the spreader. Corset. Wait, why do you care about not breaking the bottle? It's the end of the world, detective. Just smash the bottle. Who cares? Okay, I don't have a crank. A funnel, which I don't. Flask, no. Oh, this. How terribly sad. It grows darker every day. I can no longer see your smile clearly even if you sit right next to me under the moonlight. Night is not complete darkness. There are shimmers shining from the flowers and the stars. Soon, I won't be able to see any of this. I will be trapped in complete darkness, all alone forever. I am superstitious, the youngest and weakest one in my family. My royal family members in Estadia are supposed to be cruel and heartless. I guess his illness was becoming blind then. I'm not sure. I guess that's an illness then. Wake up now. Suddenly it's red.
The Dark Prince overpowered me.
I saw.
There's an ancient weapon of the Swan Knights. The Sword of Light. If I'd had that, I could have stood up to him.
Yeah. Find the Sword of Light. Need to retrieve the Sword of Light for Siegfried. You sound like one of those, like, I can't come up with the best way to word this. It's like a player rage quitting or not like how they lost in the game because they didn't have a specific item or something. There's a better way to word that, I just can't come up with it right now. I like how intense music is actually playing right now, and it fits the mood. So anywhere I could use whatever, let's put this on. More? Okay. Spread out. Crank. Open that. It's apparently something I could do here. What can I do here? Oh, down here. Oh, you are lying down on this handle. That explains your pain. No, not there. Here. That. Yeah, star. Go here. So crank this up. Sound familiar? It's the main theme from Return of the Soul Princess. When I played this game for the first time, I just muted the music and listened to the whole track. It's a little awkward, like this track and the gramophone track playing at the same time. But yeah, honestly, this track just makes me want to play Return of the Soul Princess instead. Thankfully, I already have blue liquid. That was a puzzle. Okay, put one more. I need the weights. Missing sigil. You're doing a good job helping me, Siegfried. Not done with this location yet. It's a good thing it's the exact same scale weight I need. Okay, go back. Okay, now diadem. Okay, apparently way more. Okay, go all the way back to the grotto. Statue necklace. Hidden object scene. Octopus brooch. I go back to the craggy rock. Open this and puzzle time. Use the arrows to help the crab collect the blue musk in the way each musk is displayed in the. This is a similar puzzle in the Little Mermaid. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is just the same puzzle in the Little Mermaid. Uh-oh. I don't think I'm making a chief. Can I use my arrow keys? No, I have to do this manually. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I have to go this way. One, two, three. Wait up, do I even need to go to collect all the musks? I want to check that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that won't be enough time for me. Okay, I don't think that would do it. Two, 1, 0, 1, 0. Okay, it won't work there. Same result there. 2, 1, 0. If I did this. 1, 2, 3. The definition of insanity is not to go down. The definition of sanity is to not do the same exact route, so I'm gonna do that. Okay, that does not work. Two, 1, 0. Okay, that doesn't work. I feel like I'm going down the exact same route. Two, 1, 0. How am I supposed to get that one? Am I just supposed to ignore? Okay. So the goal is to just go to the bottom right corner. Then I'm not meant to collect all the musts. Then, if I'm able to ignore that, I don't need to collect all the mollusks then. That was how it was in the original puzzle in Little Mermaid as well. Another diadem. That triggers a hidden object scene. Wait, what? Where's the hidden object scene? Is the hidden object scene here? It's clearly not on the statue. This looks like something else completely. Okay. Here's a duck of precious letter. A letter is the best part of this game. Mushroom motif. I head back out. For some reason it takes a while for the star objectives to load in. Okay, that unlocks items that I already saw. Key. We have a mirror. Unlock this. To Fiatra. Promise me you won't cry. You say that you like my smile. So do I. Promise me you will find a cure for your eyes. I care for you no matter how much you change when you grow up. If you can't see the light, I will stay in the darkness with you. Is this the promise? Promise me you won't cry. Wait, I'm trying to see what Fiona did that could have broken this promise. Promise me you won't cry, that's not Fiona. You say that you like my smile, so do I. Promise me you will find a cure for your eyes. Fiatra did that. I care for you no matter how much you change when you grow up. If you can't see the light, I will stay in the darkness with you. How did Fiona break this promise? Because because the whole arrangement of Fiatra thought the Fiona was disfigured. So Fiatra came and saw Fiona wasn't disfigured. So how did, let's say hypothetically Fiona did do that. How does that break this promise? If you can't see the light, clearly Fiona, this is a promise by to Fiatra to follow. This isn't, only Fiatra could break this promise. By the way, it's inherently written. How could Fiona possibly break this promise? This must be a letter Princess Fiona wrote to the princess. Yeah, same comment. I was staying, did Fiona not stay in the darkness? How? I don't know. Get your sword.
Yes, with this sword we'll stand a chance against the Dark Prince. Come on, there's no time to waste.
Somehow you already know what to do. Am I expected to just swim up there while you can teleport over there? Thank you, Siegfried. What would we do without you?
chakra, stop! The man I knew was nothing like this. What good would it do you to chain the world in darkness?
Do you or do you not remember the prince? Also, man, you met him as a kid.
Detective! Distract him so I can overpower him!
Got it. Need to distract the prince so Siegfried can attack him. For some reason, for this moment, they composed an entire 3-minute track, even though this entire puzzle takes like less than a minute to do. Drag the mirrors, click on them. Haven't seen this puzzle before. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And defeated in 16 seconds. Shut up, Aleda.
That's it! Now free the princess!
For some reason, that dialogue only plays if you back out, then come back in. And somehow we have he left the padlock keys in the chapel. Aleda, I love you. Please shut up. Immediately captured again. Stabbed. Why are you going back to the prince? You were just trying to escape from him just 2 seconds ago. You were just trying to escape from him. Why do you care about him now? Bye, Piatra.
It's finally over. You broke the princess's curse. She will need time to recover, but I'll take care of her. Thank you, Detective.
That was the main game. Unfortunately, we play as a different character for the bonus game, so that was the last time we see the fairy tale detective. The fairy tale detective deserves a hug. And, you know, obviously more money after all this series. She really deserves it. Okay. That was something. The bonus game is also something. We'll get to that after I take a quick break, and we'll finally finish off this marathon. Okay, I think I am back. Double check. Looks like I'm back. Let's do this. The knight's named Taboo, and they still didn't bother putting the image slightly lower when there's clearly a space for a description. This is also just a purple version of a loading screen from before. We decide to stay here until the princess recovers, and this old place already feels much cozier. You jump straight into the bonus game, no cutscene.
It's getting late, Benno. Princess Fionuala and the Black Swan should be back from their walk, but I searched along the shore and found no sign of them.
Find the princess. I was expecting Siegfried to say, "Come on, Benno, we need to find the princess and the duck. Who knows what happened to them?" I expected a line like that, but I guess not. Find the princess. Still the detective's hands. OBS is still going, right? Yep. The fire is keeping us warm and toasty. I hope Princess Fiona and Adela, a letter will come soon. Return soon. Siegfried has drawn so many beautiful paintings in the past few months. This place is starting to feel like a home. We are playing as Benno. There's nothing on the table, but when we zoom in, there's a bunch of stuff. Something we can make besides coffee hidden inside. It's a parable piece. Okay, 2 parable piece. Oh wait, hold on. Why is there a background image for the parable books for the bonus game? I just remembered that was the. Why did they go out of their way to make a background image like this location right here for the parables book and only show it in the bonus game? Must be hidden around here somewhere. Crypt or library? Let's opt for library. And hidden object scene. Auto tree emblem. Dude. This game is also pretty short. Like, I finished the main game in under 4 hours. I think I suspect I'll complete this in about a half hour-ish. This is a pretty short game. But compared to other Dark Parables games, I have speculative theories about that, but it's a lot to explain right now, so not a lot, it's just I don't really have much evidence back. Like, okay, I could presume that I think Eipix was some. I say I'm not gonna explain it, then I'm gonna explain. I presume that by this point, like, this is like their last few games, like, ever. I presume Eipix had some burnout after like 7 years of making hidden object games, and like the people making this hidden object games, I presume at this point the people working for Eipix knew the company was going to be acquired by Playrix, so like maybe they just like wanted to be done with the games, which is fair, but it does show in their last few games. The king cursed the knight's family for their betrayal. The descendants of the Swan Knight will never be able to reclaim their name. Hopefully this somehow doesn't affect Siegfried. My brother in Christ, that's not how magic works. I can see something in here, but it would be a stretch to stick my hand inside. Depicts a hunting scene. Has some. Yeah, look, the items here is just plastered on the screen. Like, it's not even like you just like put in the image and not even like drawn in. Well, it looks like a parable piece, honestly. It has some serious inaccuracies. Wonder where this is. This looks like a zoom in on Russia, the top of Russia, or North America. I'm not too sure. Bed warmer. Looks like a thorny branch. At least I gave it a shot. Do I have something? Oh, magnet. Magnets. Why not just turn the orb up the urn upside down? Maybe it's too heavy. Yeah, sure. Coffee emblem pot. Ah, yeah, this. Alright, done with this. Okay, for some reason this map shows there's nothing left to do in this location, but the star is still visible in the map. And now it's gone. There's something's up with that. Crypt. This is a definitely nice place to have right next to your study. Imagine having a crypt room in your home. Somehow the description changed entirely. The Guide of Darkness. Dream and death. Please lead the spirits to their resting place. The encryption describes Prince Viatra's fabled homeland. I guess we won't get to see. I guess Islet Rock isn't part of his study, then I presume Siegfried informed Benno who Prince Viatra was. Is that really all I can do in this scene? I'm surprised. Looks like Siegfried's old traveling bag. Why would he burn it? Something's hidden in the ashes. Surprisingly, just these two items. Tongs. Okay, done with this room apparently. Fiddler and Son's Plague. Coffee and Broom Parm. It's probably not healthy to have this inside that coffee grinder, but okay. Put this in. Open snag and put this in. A bullhorn for you. I opened the globe to get the horn to put in the... I opened the globe to get the horn to open this to put in the dog right next to the globe. There's a secret room in the library. Maybe that's where the princess disappeared to. Secret chamber. Great, Siegfried already found the princess. What could they be doing in here? How did Siegfried get in the room when the door was locked anyways? Hello there.
We're so close to learning your family name. The key to your true identity is in this box.
The princess seems to have found the lockbox with the Swan Knight's family secret. Reveal the Swan Knight family name. Definitely a good idea to do that, even though we just read a note saying Siegfried will be cursed. The descendant will be cursed if they learn their name.
We're so close.
The king has ordered that our family name be erased from history. All traces of our bloodline are to be destroyed. I have secretly saved one last record of our name and kept it safe in a box, protected by talisman. The lineage of the Swan Knight family. Gonna say anything, Siegfried? No? Okay. Wine collection is incomplete. The plague should go here. Fiddler and Sons, I'm not sure what that means. Can't pull his strings like this. I did find all the parable pieces in this room, right? Maybe there's one behind that guy. I guess not. Guess there's no parable piece here. What kind of bird is this? A blue jay. Gonna go open that. Yeah, I don't have an option. I gotta open this. This puzzle, which I already did in Requiem for the Forgotten Shadow. As I said before, I think I have a suspicion that this is the last few games by Eipix, I think the employers just generally wanted to get it over with, because if you work in a company, I suspect you would learn that your company would be acquired by a different company within a few months. Like because of legal proceedings, so yeah. This is it, the secret of Siegfried's family name. It's only right that Siegfried reads the scroll first.
Tell me your name.
Why you need to know?
My name is Lohengrin.
As legend has it, it's forbidden for a Swan Knight descendant to speak their name.
If she knew that, why did she risk this? Good question.
I don't know what happened to Siegfried, Benno, but why complain? Your master is gone, so you're free to do whatever you wish.
You have a point. Why is the princess acting so cold and callous? As if she hasn't acted cold and callous in the main game already. Find out what happened to Siegfried. I'm gonna be honest, this is kinda on brand for Fiona because, you know, she did try to kill the detective. Not kill, but like... she did try to put the detective in a painting twice and yeeted a portrait at her, but okay. I guess this is out of character. Bounties. Oh yeah, the fines. I don't know what a bed warmer is, but okay. Okay, we have this. The paper appears to be complete, or maybe I'm just looking at it the wrong way. There we go. Open sesame, I guess. Grab that. That emblem's gone. And guard, your master is off who knows where. I don't think this is a good time to make this kind of jokes. I think Siegfried repurposed the armory into a storage shed. Can't open this crate by hand. The lid looks loose. I guess I can't pick up these items. Parables. Why did they make this? The background image for the parables looks so good. Why didn't they use it in the main game? The Swan Knight. Long ago, one knight was given the title of the Swan Knight. It was the highest honor bestowed on the knights of the kingdom. The Swan Knight swore an oath to break the curse cast on the princess by any means necessary. Technically, he didn't break that. Nor his, he staked his honor, his life, and even his family and descendants on this oath. The princess was cursed and sealed in the portrait. Her time was stopped, but she was still alive. The only clue to breaking the curse was that the princess had to find the water of life by herself. Yeah, I guess with that specification, you would think the princess finds it on her own. Like, yeah. Under the conditions of the princess's curse, a person could take her place and be sealed into a portrait. In exchange, the princess was allowed to leave her portrait for a short time. Those to be sacrificed were selected from the Swan Knight's family. This inhumane tradition lasted for more than a century. More than a century. So not hundreds of years. One of the Swan Knight's descendants tried to change his family's fate by setting fire to the princess's portrait. For this crime, he was named a traitor. Though he felt his actions allowed his family to escape, they started living under an alias to avoid capture by the king's men. The king was furious. He regarded this crime as treason to the crown. The Swan Knight's betrayal brought shame to the entire kingdom. He ordered the Swan Knight's family name to be completely removed from history. And here's the actual new content. The king also acts a dark sorcerer. You have a dark sorcerer on hand? Why don't you ask him to help with the curse? To curse the knight's entire lineage. Why do you have a dark sorcerer on hand? Jesus. If any of his descendants tried to reclaim the family name, that person would also be sealed into a painting. Many years passed and the kingdom fell. Yet the curse's power still held true. One of the Skians fulfilled his ancestors' vow and freed the princess from the curse. What the princess and the young knight did not know was that when the princess asked about his family name, he would be compelled to leave her. Wait, what? When the princess asked about his family name, he would be compelled to leave. What do you mean compelled to leave her? I don't know what it means by compelled to leave her. Because that did not really happen. Well, I guess compelled to leave her. I guess it kind of happened because he was Siegfried's magically taken away. That's a weird way of describing it though. Okay, not that. I need to barely drink some water. There we go. I feel like I've seen this hidden object scene. No, not just in this game, but in a previous game. I could be wrong, but I feel like I've seen this scene before. This is good soundtrack playing at least. Let's head out. Watergate. The path leads to the seacoast, but the bridge is up. Let's lower this gate. Yeah, again, that wolf is just plastered on the thing. Water level is too low to reach that wooden cog. I'll lower this game. That's moving. The shaft is all covered in rust. When the Swan Knight's name is spoken out loud by one of his descendants, they will be sealed in the portrait of the Swan Knight. So that's what probably happened to Siegfried. But where's the Swan Knight's portrait? It's a good thing that note is just left there. Take that. Toy. Cut myself. Just break it up. No, okay. It won't work without the rest, that makes sense. Let's head back. Wine. Grab that, go back out to here. Oh yeah, crowbar. Why was the crate glowing? There was just a puppet thing inside. Why was the crate glowing? Why not just take a screen? Like, why is there this entire subsection? We only explored this left side of the right side of the. Couldn't they just have like taken a screenshot of like this area and then just span it out? Whatever. Okay, we can finally control this puppy. Why did we need to do that? Just take the sword. Okay, and then go back to the same location where we just got the puppet thing. Somehow the sword has grown 10 times in size. Grab the chisel so we can rid of the rust. Replace the missing cog. Sometimes I feel like a cog. What are we doing? Where did this puzzle come from? Where is this puzzle located at? Under the docks? How do we get under the docks? What are we looking at? I wish you can put the cogs to the side instead of Oh wait, no. They leave. Okay, it's a good thing the puzzle designers left the backgrounds of the correct gear size, so I don't have to think. Okay, that's pretty fast. Lower now. It's head up. OBS is still going, right? Cool. Sea coast. I do like how we revisit. Most of these are the same locations we visited before, but it's different instead of the pink lighting by the blood moon, it's blue because of the normal moon. I like that. I do like that part of the game, this bonus game. Abandoned wagon. Prince Fiatra's home. The end. Can you feel it? It echoes. You can almost feel the end of this marathon. It is just a matter of, as it always has been, it is always a matter of whether my eyes can actually see. Where is that last piece? Okay, that was tiny. I suspect the other one might be tiny. Yep, right there. There we go. Emblem of light. Some reason this is here. This looks like, who put this here? Look at this. This is like, yeah, yeah. Could put this in. Grab that. Need to find the parable pieces too. Hatchet for sweeping the chimney. It's locked tight. Can't steer the sailboat, probably without the rudder. Lovely assortment of flowers. Somehow it's redecorated the last time we saw it. I don't think there's anything else to do but to go forward. That's Siegfried. The curse must have trapped him here. I have to free him, but how? Only a swan knight can open this lock. It's chained up. The sword of light can't be kept in darkness. Well, we found out what happened to him. This reminds me of something I've seen in the night sky before. You've seen the phoenix before? Yeah, this is the phoenix from the last game. Maybe Benno was in Denmark when the last game or something. I am now. Sure, let's free you. Oh, a swan? Oh, okay. This puzzle again. This magic lock depends entirely on finding a toy that's exactly like Siegfried. There we go. That went significantly faster. What was the point of the lock? If we... What is the lock and this shield a separate thing? Whatever. Power of Light's the only thing that can save Siegfried now.
Thank you for saving me, Ben. I hoped the risk of being sealed in one of those portraits was safely in the past. It never occurred to me that speaking my family name would awaken the curse within me. But what's important now is to find the princess. Where is she? The Black Swan wasn't with her, so I suspect she's an imposter, and the real princess is trapped somewhere. We must find her.
The Black Swan not being with her doesn't mean anything, but okay. Doesn't necessarily mean she's an imposter, but okay. Rescue the real princess. Let's venture forward. Oh, it's the princess. Or is that really her?
The princess would never lure me into danger like that. What did you do to her, you fiend?
You broke the curse. Your servant is smarter than I expected. You're not the one I need anyway. I have the real princess, and you'll never find her.
The imposter is gone. But now, where's the real princess? Rose. Siegfried is at his wit's end. I have to help him find where the princess is. This guy does not get explained. The villain does not get a name. It's not explained why he wants the princess. Or maybe not he. Faye, whatever. It's just not explained who this guy is at all. What? He's just an asshole who just shows up and kidnaps the princess. And he gets defeated in like 5 seconds. I thought they couldn't make a worse villain than like Mother Gothel in the Thief in the Tinderbox bonus game, or Arne in the Requiem for the Forgotten Shadow bonus game, but like this is probably the worst villain in the entire series. Like, I am no... Maybe, if we're being generous, maybe they wanted to do something for a later game, but like, I'm going to be honest, this comes across as they just didn't know what to do for the bonus game and just came up with a quick one-off villain and didn't bother giving them a backstory. I have to help him. Siegfried instantly gives up, by the way. Now we have to do all the work. Thank you, Siegfried. You haven't done shit in this entire game. All you've done is just... The detective and Benno have done most of the work The only thing you've done is just stab the Prince Fiatra at the very end of the main game. That's all the only good thing you've ever done. Oh, speaking of Prince Fiatra, you know how in the parable before that apparently there's something over here, all the way over here. Look at this. This was made in 1 second. Jimmy Swimmers. Somehow the Jimmy Swimmer emblem is all the way there. I don't know. Yeah, see, this is the same Phoenix thing. Why is there a star here? There's clearly something to do here. I need it. What? This is clearly the whole Phoenix. What are you talking about? Oh, okay. Maybe there's more. I think I forgot what I was gonna say before. It doesn't matter. What do you want me to do, game? What? Resembles some kind of constellation. Ah, yes, I definitely needed that part. Look at all these things that I only need a key. I feel like I was in the middle of talking about something, but I completely forgot my point. Cool. For some reason there's orange lighting, even though we are very clearly in blue lighting. I just realized the duck is a letter was a lock. This might be the last synoptic scene. In honor of that, I would try to not go for the hint button. There we go. Yep, this is the last synoptic scene of the entire marathon. Rudder. Why did it take a while for the star to load in? Okay. It's a good thing the fill-in left map in. I require the final map part. There we go. Into... Oh yeah, I guess apparently the cursed objects are in the bonus game as well. It's the real princess and she's trapped in vines. I'm pretty sure you could just crouch down and you'll be able to get out, but okay. 3-line shrivel in prides. And then we unlocked all the parables. Realm of Darkness. This is the faces reused from Gerda from Deep of the Tinderbox. This guy's face is reused from the guard. A guard in the Deep in the Tinderbox. Once upon a time, a king had 2 sons. The older prince was gentle, brave, skilled in fighting, but merciful to those who offended him. The younger prince wasn't as kind, and the difference between the siblings became strikingly obvious as they grew up. I feel like the first 2 sentences are the same thing as the parable we read before, but okay. The younger prince grew worse in his behavior, and people thought less of him. Compared to his brother, he always came second. People loved only the older prince, and no one cared or even noticed the sadness and loneliness of the younger one. So the younger prince left his homeland with no destination in mind. All he wanted to do was leave behind all the bad memories of his homeland. He traveled day and night until he was exhausted. One night he rode, barely awake, when at midnight he saw a procession shrouding in shimmering silver light. It was led by a woman so beautiful as if she did not belong to this world. The prince knew at once she was not of this world. That's redundant, okay. For such beauty was not meant for mere mortals. The prince was intrigued by this procession. He wondered out loud who were those beings. Was he dreaming? Or was he perhaps dead? The woman replied, "All things die in due time. That is the design of nature. One wood turns into blossoms, blossoms wither into fruit, fruit becomes food for living creatures. Living creatures are soothed by their dreams. They rest in the darkness. Life grows out of death." Fun fact, this sentence was written by Blue Tea Games in a blog post, like all the way back in 2018. So maybe this part was written by Blue Tea Games in the blog post back in 2018, but maybe that implies they did do some of the story concepts of this game. I don't know how much though. Her words would appear heartless to most people, but the young prince realized that without bad things, good things couldn't thrive. Technically true. She asked the prince if he would be scared if he knew he was on the border between dreams and death. I don't know how dreams and death correlate, but okay. The prince shook his head. He knew then the woman was the queen of the dark fairies, who wielded the powers of darkness, dreams, and death. Wouldn't be nightmares? Okay. And he knew that one day he married her, founding the kingdom that cannot be found by outsiders, a mysterious realm named Estadia. I don't know why this parable is in this bonus game. Like, it's integral, it's helpful, but like, I feel like this makes more sense if you read it in the main game. Like, the Swan Knight makes sense because of the knight's name and all. This Estadia is not relevant to this bonus game's quote-unquote story. Grab this lion. Why is there an entire pop-up and there's nothing to interact there besides the lions, right? Okay. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3. And somehow this spawns in. This is the same puzzle as the Swan Princess. The same final puzzle as the Swan Princess's bonus game. It's only fitting that the last puzzle you solve in the Dark Parable series is a reused puzzle. Oh, yeah. Especially one made by Eipix. This time there's no timer. Should have gone this way first. Somehow Siegfried got here.
Siegfried brought the princess to the shore, holding her gently in his arms as she slowly opened her eyes. She said she met a man who told her to come with him, and he would give her a clue to Swan Knight's forgotten family name. Then the princess asked Siegfried what his name was, and he hesitated, unsure if he could still be cursed. She laid her finger on Siegfried's lips. She didn't want him to say anything. Knowing the answer wasn't worth losing him again.
That was something. That was Dark Parables. I'll have more to say. I need to show off the extras first. Wallpapers. Yes. Why is this so stretched? What happened here? Why is this so stretched out? There's a widescreen version of this that isn't stretched out. What happened here? Why is this off-centered? What happened? Like this here is clearly not. You see how this wallpaper is taking up this position. That is clearly not the same position and size as this. What happened? For some reason Prince Viatra is missing a leg here, and for some reason he's in the crypt, even though he's not associated with the crypt. Here's these two guys. This cutscene's nice. This is pretty awesome. I like this wallpaper. Here's you. Here's the ghost being in the chapel, even though he's not associated with the chapel and is associated with the crypt that Viatra was put in. Well, it makes more sense for Viatra to be here and the ghost to be in the crypt, but okay. Sea Coast. Flower of Beauty. The emblems. Belfry. Great Hall. And the Moon Altar. Music. Puzzles. Anyway, just wanted to make sure I didn't, my eyes weren't hallucinating. Hidden object challenge. I am not. Wait, what? Why is the HUD visible? Why is the HUD visible in the hidden object scene images? I have never seen that in the Dark Parables game by Eipix. Did they stop trying? Or maybe this was intentional. It's inconsistent, but I guess. Sure. Parables. They remembered to change the books this time. Okay, yeah. Why does the bonus game have this pretty image in the background, but the main game has fucking blackness? The darkness, rather. Videos and yeah, this is the not that many cutscenes. Achievements. Yeah, it's the same achievements. Yeah, and they still don't bother changing the code to go back to the extras menu instead of the main menu. Let's watch the credits. I think there's spit on my screen because of how, not angry, but there's spit on my screen because of how I've been talking throughout this game. There's supposed to be special credits music playing throughout, but for some reason it just stops as soon as it ends. Actually, you know what? This isn't doing it justice. I'm sorry. There we go. I don't know why the credits music doesn't play at the beginning. It keeps playing in the middle of the credits music. I wish they had the job titles in a different color so you can actually distinguish between the job titles and the names. I mean, I could tell. Obviously, to the artist isn't a person, but still. I don't really have anything to. I could do the outro. Okay, now the credits music's gonna go silent. Lauren Sindra as Tape, Michael Ashfield as Benno, Lindsay Shepard as Princess, Duffy Weber as Prince, Rich Lane as Pikaliki. Missed that, sorry. I don't know why they have the credits music loop. That's been the case for literally every Dark Parables game up to this point. I don't know what happened that the credits music doesn't loop, but okay. It's good credits music, like it's a good send off to pause. This time they don't remember to have the credits slow down for the special thanks text. It's the same special thanks text, but still. We wish to thank you, the player, for accompanying us on yet another adventure. You have bravely navigated the unsteady waters, climbed the steepest of peaks, laughed at the face of danger, and lived to tell the tale of your conquest. We have reached the end of this adventure, but there are many more lying ahead. Until the finger of fate bring our paths together yet again, we salute you. At least they fixed the code for the Bluetooth Games logo. Out of the game. Let me show up the achievements as, you know, proof I did actually do the hidden object challenge the first time I played this game. There's no reason to do the hidden object challenge other than you just did, but okay. I think they don't change the achievements icon for the hidden object challenge. No, not that. I guess the flower makes sense. I guess the flower beauty and all. Alright. That was Portrait of the Stained Princess. That was a rough one, story-wise. Like, it's... And also gameplay. Like, gameplay, the game design is fine. But, like, you can kind of see the cracks in the gameplay and the story of, like... You can clearly see the developers really just wanted to finish this game because they knew it was the last for the company. One of the last for the company. I need to do some research on the timeline of when Bluetooth Games stopped being active, but I'm pretty sure it was around this year when Bluetooth Games stopped being active. I don't know if it was before this game release or after, but regardless, I would imagine Bluetooth Games ran into some turbulence and couldn't communicate with Eipix as much, so Eipix did the best they could. I like some of the concepts in this game, like the premise, the paint and swan theme. I don't like how again, it could have been like Siegfried and Benno in like a different characters. It didn't have to be the same characters from Swan Lake. That doesn't make much sense, but whatever. The last cutscene of the bonus game, I don't know why it doesn't sound like the same voice actor as Benno. It sounds like if it still was the same voice actor as Benno, he sounds significantly more bored than he did in the main game. I don't know why they had it so that he narrates everything happening on screen, instead of just depicting the scene. Like, Benno says she put her finger on Siegfried's mouth while the scene shows that happening. You don't need to say that happening when it's happening on screen. And yeah, and of course, you know, the bonus game. The bonus game did not need to exist. It's only here because there just needs to be a bonus game. OBS is still going, right? Should check that. Yeah, 4.5 hours. This is also another short Dark Parables game. Yeah, the bonus game did not need to. Yeah. They did not put effort in that much effort into the bonus game. Like this, I like the best part of the bonus game is that the lighting changes when you revisit the previous locations. That's that's the best part of the game. Bonus game. Main game, it starts off solid, like it starts off fine, but then gradually gets worse when you the story unravels. So like, I'm still unclear as to like what the promise made between the prince and princess was, and how the princess exactly violated that when she showed up. Like, obviously there was a misunderstanding, but like, why did the prince think the princess violated the whatever promise they made when she showed up to reveal that the portrait was a lie? Because all the notes about the promises of staying with him in the darkness or joining him in the darkness or whatever, that doesn't match with tricking him with the disfigured portrait. That doesn't correlate at all. I don't know how Fiatra came to that conclusion. It's like the promises make sense, but the promises stop making sense in the context of that event of Prince Fiatra being tricked. There's also the whole deal of like, does Prince Fiona remember the prince or not? Like, because there's like evidence for like both. Because on the one hand, like, she says she remembers him, but like, she remembers him as the man she once loved, even though they met as children. The parable says that she didn't remember him nor his promises, which is an understandable motivation for Prince Fiatra to be angry. But the puzzle said that Prince Fiona like, Prince Fiona was cursed because the prince thought she was in on the trick. And then there's the other motive. It's Prince Siegfried is a character. He's a brute. It's hard to sympathize with the guy when he tried to kill us instantly instead of having a conversation with us. This whole game could have been prevented if the princess, you know, like, I guess, like, I'll give the benefit of the doubt that they didn't know that they could have someone else find the water of life and then lead the princess to the water of life. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt for the in-game kingdom. But like, did no one think of just finding the water of life first and then leading the princess there? Or like, what was the princess like? Okay, did the princess not explore this part of the kingdom in the last like century? Because wouldn't she have to be here to give me a moment. Yeah, if the carriage was there, wouldn't that mean this is the same shore that the princess met the Prince Fiatra on and looked at the moon together with? Wouldn't princess shouldn't yeah, it's just a lot of, there's a lot of I don't know what happened with this story. Like, I wasn't there in the writer's room, but I imagine there was some turbulence especially since Eipix was coming to an end. Dark Parable series as a whole, that will be for my review video. I think you can judge that, my opinions on the series as a whole, based on all the Let's Plays. It's like, I still enjoyed a bit of this game, like, Ryu's puzzles aside, definitely a lot of shortcuts in this game, but that the developers took, but I don't know what happened. I don't know how involved Blue Team Games was in this game, but it does feel significantly less in this game than it did in the last game. Maybe Blue Team Games didn't write the Swan Princess game, so maybe they did their own Swan game, and Eipix didn't want to bring up the Swan Princess game, so maybe that's why the Swan Princess game doesn't have a connection to this game. It's just a coincidence that there's two Swan themed games in the Dark Parable series and they have nothing to do with each other besides having the fairy tale detective protagonist. I don't really have anything else to say. The story is rough, the game design is fine, but there's a lot of shortcuts you can tell the developers took in like the graphics and everything. Like I've been pointing out, like the items are just plastered on the screen. The story is whack. Yeah. That's really all I have to say. Thank you everyone and anyone who's watched any part of this Let's Play, any of the previous Let's Plays. Thanks for joining me in this marathon, sincerely. This is a rough note to leave the entire series and marathon on, but I think Eipix knew that themselves, but they just didn't have the time or money to care. I was about to say see you in my next video, but who knows, it won't be this marathon. Whatever my next video will be, whether I play a different game that happens to come out or a specific game, it's in the pinned comment, you can see that, or I can finally work on my Roma Monkey channel. That has been something I've been meaning to do since like February, but I can finally work on making videos for my Roma Monkey channel. Like not this channel, my video essay channel, Roma Monkey. So that's nice. Yeah, just thank you sincerely. Have a good day everyone. Bye bye.